Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never told this story publicly before. And honestly, I'm still not sure I should. It's been almost 10 years, but I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened. I guess I need to get this off my chest. And maybe someone here has experienced something similar. When I was 15, my girlfriend Melissa and I had been dating for about 6 months. She lived in this big house on the outskirts of Greycliff with her mom and stepdad, Tom. Greycliff's a small mountain town, the kind where everyone knows everyone, and there's not much to do except hike or hang out at the single movie theater downtown. Tom was always kind of off. He collected weird stuff from his travels abroad, especially these strange artifacts he'd bring back from Asia. He had this entire room dedicated to his collection, and I remember feeling uncomfortable whenever I was in there. The way he talked about his collection was strange too, like the objects had some kind of special power or significance. One Friday after school, I was waiting for Melissa to finish getting ready so we could go to a friend's house when Tom called me into his study. He had this excited look on his face. "Lucas, I got something for you," he said, reaching into a drawer in his desk. I was surprised. Tom had never given me anything before, and we weren't especially close. He pulled out this rock, not just any rock, but this heavy, dark grey stone about the size of a softball. It had an intricate dragon carved into it, with scales so detailed I could feel each one under my fingertips. The dragon's eyes were these tiny red stones, maybe garnets or something. They caught the light in a way that made them look almost alive. "Found this in a small village in northern China," Tom explained. "The local guide said it was for protection, but I think you might appreciate it more than I do." I didn't know what to say, except thanks. It was weird, but I was also kind of fascinated by it. The craftsmanship was incredible. When Melissa finally came downstairs, she seemed surprised that her stepdad had given me the rock. She gave him this look I couldn't quite read, but didn't say anything. That night, I placed the dragon rock on my entertainment center right next to my TV. It looked cool there, and I could see all the details while I played video games. My mom noticed it the next morning. "Where'd you get that?" she asked, studying it. "Melissa's stepdad gave it to me," I said. Mom frowned slightly. "That's an interesting gift for a teenage boy." Looking back, I should have picked up on her concern, but I just shrugged it off. The changes were subtle at first. That very night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept waking up every hour or so, feeling like someone was watching me. I'd jerk awake, my heart pounding, scanning my dark room for whatever had disturbed me. But there was never anything there. Just shadows playing on the wall and the faint glow from the dragon's red eyes catching the moonlight from my window. Over the next week, I started feeling different. I'd always been a pretty happy kid. I had good friends, did okay in school, and got along well with my parents and sister. But suddenly, I started feeling this heaviness, like there was this dark cloud hanging over me. I stopped calling my friends back. I'd sit at dinner with my family and feel completely disconnected from them, like I was watching everything through a foggy window. Then the thoughts started. I'd be doing something normal, brushing my teeth, doing homework, watching TV, when suddenly I'd have this intense thought about hurting myself. It was terrifying because they didn't feel like my thoughts. It was as if someone was whispering these ideas into my mind. I'd never had suicidal thoughts before, but now they were invading my mind dozens of times a day. My grades started slipping. My mom kept asking if something was wrong, but I couldn't explain it. How do you tell your mother that you're suddenly thinking about dying all the time for no reason? That you feel like something is draining all the happiness out of you? About 3 weeks after getting the rock, I started experiencing something even more disturbing. I was sitting on our front porch, talking to Melissa on the phone. It was around 8 p.m., just getting dark. My 4-year-old nephew was staying with us, and I could see him playing with his toys in the living room through the window. As I watched, I saw something move in the hallway behind him. It was a small, dark shadow, about 4 feet tall, but distinctly human-shaped. It moved quickly from the hallway toward my bedroom. It wasn't a trick of the light or my imagination. It had substance and purpose to its movement. I froze mid-sentence. "Lucas, you there?" Melissa's voice sounded tiny through the phone. I couldn't answer. This overwhelming feeling of dread washed over me like ice water had replaced my blood. I mumbled something about having to go and hung up, then just sat there, too scared to go back inside, but knowing I couldn't just leave my nephew alone. When I finally worked up the courage to go back in, I checked every room, every closet, under every bed. Nothing. My nephew was happily playing, completely oblivious. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had entered our house, and specifically gone to my room. For the next few days, I avoided my bedroom as much as possible, sleeping on the couch and only going in to change clothes. My mum thought I was just being a typical teenager, staying up late playing video games, but really I was terrified of what might be waiting for me in there. Then it happened. I'd finally convinced myself I was being stupid and went to bed in my room. I must have fallen asleep for a bit because I woke up suddenly around 3 a.m. And there it was, the same shadow figure standing at the foot of my bed. In the dim light coming through my window, I could make out its shape, but no features. It was like a void in the shape of a small person. I tried to scream, to move, to do anything, but I couldn't. It was like my entire body was frozen solid. I could only move my eyes, watching in horror as the shadow slowly moved around to the side of my bed, getting closer to me. The absolute worst part was that I could feel hatred coming off this thing. Pure, undiluted hatred directed at me. I'd never felt anything like it before or since. It wasn't just scary, it was malevolent. It wanted to hurt me. In my head, I started praying frantically. I'm not even particularly religious, but terror drove me to it. Please, God, help me, please make it go away, over and over in my mind. And then the strangest thing happened. The shadow seemed to pause, as if listening. Then, to my absolute horror, it slowly bent down and sank into my mattress, like it was entering the bed beneath me. The moment it disappeared, I could move again. I've never moved so fast in my life. I bolted from my room, not even grabbing anything, and spent the rest of the night huddled on the living room couch with all the lights on, shaking uncontrollably. The next morning I was exhausted and terrified. My mom was worried. I looked awful, with dark circles under my eyes, and I'd lost weight from barely eating. I wanted to tell her everything, but how could I explain it without sounding completely insane? That afternoon, I was home alone flipping through channels when I came across this documentary about haunted objects. I was about to change it when they started talking about demons attaching themselves to items. According to the expert they were interviewing, certain objects could serve as vessels or anchors for negative entities. The more I listened, the more my blood ran cold. They described exactly what I'd been experiencing: depression, dark thoughts, seeing shadows, sleep paralysis. I immediately thought of the Dragon Rock. It had all started after Tom gave it to me. With a sick feeling in my stomach, I went to my room to look at it. I needed to examine it more closely to see if there was anything I'd missed. But the rock wasn't there. I distinctly remembered placing it on my entertainment center, where it had been for weeks. I tore my room apart looking for it. I checked under the bed, in the closet, in my drawers, everywhere. It was just gone. No one else had been in my room. My mum and dad both denied moving it. It had simply vanished. The weirdest part? After the rock disappeared, things started getting better. The shadow never returned. I started sleeping through the night again. The dark thoughts gradually faded away. Within about 2 weeks, I felt like myself again, laughing with friends, enjoying family dinners, focusing in school. But there was one lasting effect that I can't explain. About a month after the rock vanished, I started feeling constantly thirsty and tired. My mum took me to the doctor, and after some tests, I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. The doctor was baffled. I was thin, active, and had no family history of diabetes. There was no medical reason for me to develop it at 15 years old. I've sometimes wondered if whatever was attached to that rock did something to my body. I know it sounds crazy, and doctors would laugh at the suggestion, but the timing is too strange to ignore. I never told Melissa about any of this. We broke up a few months later for unrelated reasons. I've thought about contacting her to ask about the rock, about whether Tom knew what he was giving me, but I've always chickened out. Part of me doesn't want to know. To this day, I have no idea where the rock went or what exactly was attached to it. All I know is that for those few weeks, something evil was in my life, in my home, and it wanted to harm me. Sometimes I still wake up at 3 a.m., my heart racing, feeling like something is watching me from the corner of my room. But when I turn on the light, there's never anything there. I still live in Greycliff. Sometimes I drive by Melissa's old house. Her family moved away years ago, and wonder if the new owners have experienced anything strange. I've never heard any rumors about the place being haunted, so maybe whatever it was followed that rock. Or maybe it's still out there somewhere, with its carved dragon and red eyes, waiting for someone else to bring it home. Story 2. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night. 3 months have passed, but I can't shake the memory. My best friend Taylor and I were just bored 16-year-olds looking for something to do on a Friday night while my parents were away at my aunt's wedding 4 hours north. They trusted me to stay home alone. I'd done it plenty of times before without any issues. It was around 8 p.m. when Taylor came over to my house in Oak Ridge. For those who don't know, Oak Ridge is this super quiet suburban community where nothing ever happens, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone. And the most exciting thing is when someone gets a new car or repaints their house. My family's lived here for about 12 years now, in this 2-story house at the end of a cul-de-sac, backing up to a small wooded area. Nothing special or creepy about it, at least not until that night. Taylor brought over some snacks and her laptop so we could watch this new horror movie everyone at school was talking about. We were hanging out in my kitchen, making popcorn and mixing M&Ms in, the best combination ever, don't judge, when she mentioned something she'd seen online. "Have you ever tried the Charlie Charlie challenge?" she asked, reaching for a handful of popcorn. I'd heard about it, that pencil game where you supposedly contact some spirit named Charlie. I'm not usually into that kind of stuff, but I guess the combination of being home alone, the approaching night, and our plans to watch a horror movie anyway made me more open to the idea. "Let's do it," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "I have some pencils in my room." I grabbed 2 regular number 2 pencils and a sheet of paper. We cleared the kitchen table and set everything up. Taylor drew lines to divide the paper into 4 squares and wrote yes in 2 opposite corners and no in the others. Then we balanced one pencil on top of the other to form a cross. "Charlie, Charlie, are you here?" Taylor asked in this overly dramatic voice that made me laugh. Nothing happened at first, and we exchanged these skeptical looks. Then, and I swear I'm not making this up, the top pencil moved slightly toward yes. My first thought was that Taylor had blown on it or something, but she looked just as freaked out as I was. We both denied doing anything, but continued anyway, now fully invested. "Did Taylor cheat on her math test last week?" I asked, giving her a mischievous look. "Shut up!" She smacked my arm, but we both watched as the pencils slowly turned toward yes. Taylor's face went red. I did not. Charlie's a liar. For the next 15 minutes, we asked all sorts of questions. Some serious, some completely ridiculous. The pencil moved for almost all of them, sometimes quickly, sometimes taking a few seconds. We asked if our crushes liked us back, both yes. If Taylor's older brother was secretly adopted, a definite no. And if we'd both get into our dream colleges, another yes. At first, we were giggling through the whole thing, but there was this moment when the air in the kitchen seemed to change. I can't explain it exactly, but it felt heavier somehow, like right before a thunderstorm. The temperature seemed to drop a few degrees, too. One more question, I said, feeling suddenly uneasy. Charlie, are you a good spirit? The pencil didn't move for what felt like ages. Then it started rotating very slowly, much slower than before, and stopped right between yes and no. Okay, that's enough, Taylor said, her voice slightly higher than normal. Let's say goodbye properly. Isn't that what you're supposed to do? I nodded, remembering something I'd read online. Charlie, can we stop? The pencil moved to yes almost immediately. Goodbye, Charlie, we said together, and I removed the top pencil, feeling strangely relieved. We brushed the whole thing off as the power of suggestion, or maybe tiny movements of our hands on the table. Taylor grabbed the popcorn bowl, and we headed to the living room to finally watch the movie. About 20 minutes in, just as the main character was exploring a dark basement, classic horror movie mistake, we heard a loud crash from somewhere inside the house. We both jumped and Taylor paused the movie. What was that? She whispered. Probably just something fell, I said, trying to sound calm despite my racing heart. Let's check it out. We crept through the hallway toward the sound, which seemed to have come from my mom's home office. When we flicked on the light, we saw her favorite potted plant, this big monstera she'd had for years, knocked over on the floor. The ceramic pot had completely shattered, dirt spilling out onto the hardwood. How did that happen? Taylor asked, looking around. There's no window open, no draft. I shrugged but felt goosebumps rising on my arms. The plant sat on a sturdy table against the wall, not near any edges. It would have taken a pretty good push to knock it over like that. Maybe the pot had a crack and finally gave way, I suggested, not believing it myself. We cleaned up the mess, scooping the plant and soil into a plastic container from the kitchen. The whole time, I kept glancing over my shoulder, feeling like someone was watching us. When we finished, we returned to the living room and resumed the movie, but neither of us was really paying attention anymore. About 10 minutes later, we both heard it. Distinct footsteps in the hallway outside the living room, not creaking floors or settling house sounds, but rhythmic steps, like someone walking slowly and deliberately. Taylor grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. Please tell me you have a cat I don't know about. I shook my head, unable to speak. My dog was at my grandma's house while my parents were away. Should we check? She whispered. I nodded, pausing the movie again. The house had gone quiet, but that almost made it worse. We stood up together and moved toward the hallway, flipping on lights as we went. There was nobody there, of course. We checked every room on the first floor. Nothing out of place. Nobody hiding anywhere. But when we reached the bathroom at the end of the hall, the light was on. Did you leave this on? Taylor asked. No, I'm sure I didn't. We glanced at each other, both thinking the same thing but not wanting to say it out loud. As I reached to turn off the light, the bulb started flickering rapidly. Then, right before our eyes, the sink faucet turned on by itself. Not just a drip, but a full stream of water. I backed away, bumping into Taylor, who stood frozen in the doorway. Neither of us had touched anything. This isn't funny, I whispered, my voice shaking. This really isn't funny. I'm not doing anything, Taylor said, her eyes wide. I swear on my life. We both stared as the faucet shut off on its own, as suddenly as it had turned on. The flickering stopped too, leaving the bathroom light steady again. Taylor grabbed my hand. Let's go back to the living room. I don't want to be in this hallway anymore. We practically ran back, turning on every light in our path. Once in the living room, we sat close together on the couch, the movie completely forgotten now. "Do you think—" Taylor started, then stopped herself. "What? Do you think it has something to do with the game? With Charlie?" I wanted to dismiss the idea, to find some logical explanation, but I couldn't. The timing was too perfect, too coincidental. "Maybe we didn't end it properly," I suggested. "Let's look it up." Taylor pulled out her phone, her hands visibly shaking as she searched for information about the Charlie game. According to some website, we had done everything right, asked to leave and said goodbye. But one post mentioned that sometimes entities can linger if they find an energy source they're drawn to. Great. Super comforting. "Let's just try to relax," I said, not believing my own words. "Let's put on something light, like a comedy or something." Taylor nodded and started scrolling through Netflix options. We settled on some mindless sitcom, but I couldn't focus on a single joke. Every few minutes I'd look toward the hallway, expecting to see something or someone standing there. After about an hour of pretending everything was normal, I remembered I needed some notebook paper and colored pencils for a project due Monday. They were in my bedroom upstairs. "I need to grab something from my room," I told Taylor. "Want to come with me?" She nodded immediately. Definitely not staying down here alone. We headed up the stairs together, switching on lights as we went. The upstairs hallway was quiet, all the doors closed just as they had been earlier. My bedroom was at the end of the hall. "I'll wait here if you want to grab your stuff quickly," Taylor said when we reached my door. "Yeah, it'll just take a second," I replied, reaching for the doorknob. I pushed open my bedroom door and froze. My room was completely dark, which made no sense because I distinctly remembered leaving my bedside lamp on when I'd come downstairs earlier. But that wasn't what stopped me cold. There, in the darkness of my room, stood two tall shadow figures. They weren't just dark spots or tricks of light. They were distinctly human-shaped, but completely black, darker than the darkness around them. Tall, maybe 6 or 7 feet, and just standing there. One near my closet, one by the window. They had no features I could make out, no eyes or mouths, but somehow I knew they were looking right at me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't scream. It was like my entire body had forgotten how to function. After what felt like forever but was probably only a second or two, my hand found the light switch and flipped it on. The room flooded with light, and the figures vanished, just disappeared, like they'd never been there at all. I gasped, suddenly able to breathe again, and backed out of the room, bumping into Taylor. "What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost," she said. Then her face fell as she realized what she'd said. "Wait, did you—" Before I could answer, I felt it, an icy breeze on the back of my neck, raising goosebumps across my skin. And then I heard it, a low, heavy breathing sound right by my ear, and a whisper, barely audible but unmistakable. "Emma." My name. Whatever it was knew my name. Taylor saw my face and instantly grabbed my arm. "What? What is it?" "We need to go," I said, my voice coming out as barely a whisper. "Right now, we need to go." We ran down the stairs, not even bothering to turn off lights. In the living room, we grabbed our phones and wallets, and I threw some overnight things into a backpack. Taylor called her mum, making up some excuse about why we needed to stay at her house tonight instead. I didn't even think about locking up. I just wanted out of that house as fast as possible. As we rushed toward the front door, all the lights in the house flickered simultaneously, just once, like a warning. Taylor's mum picked us up 10 minutes later. We sat on the curb the entire time, refusing to wait inside. I didn't tell her mum what happened, just said the power was acting weird and we got spooked. That night at Taylor's house, we barely slept, jumping at every sound and keeping the lights on until morning. I had to go home the next day before my parents returned. Taylor came with me, both of us terrified of what we might find. But the house was quiet, eerily silent actually. No footsteps, no flickering lights, no shadow figures, nothing out of the ordinary at all. We found the shards from the broken pot where we'd left them, proof that something had happened, that we hadn't imagined everything. But otherwise, the house seemed completely normal. It's been 3 months now. Nothing strange has happened since, but I still can't shake the feeling that something changed that night. Sometimes I wake up at exactly 3:14 a.m. for no reason. Sometimes I think I see movement out of the corner of my eye, only to find nothing there when I turn to look. I've researched the Charlie Charlie game extensively since then. Some say it's just ideomotor responses causing the pencil to move, the same phenomenon behind Ouija boards. Others believe it really does open doorways to something else. All I know is what I experienced. What I saw in my bedroom that night wasn't my imagination. Those shadow figures were real, and whatever they were, they knew my name. I haven't played any spirit games since that night, and I never will again. Some doors once opened are hard to close completely. I think about those shadow figures sometimes and wonder, did they ever really leave, or are they just waiting, watching from corners I can't quite see? Story 3. I've never told this story to anyone except my wife. I'm still not sure if writing it down will help or just make things worse. But after what happened with my daughter last month, I need to get this out somewhere. This all started back in 1994. I was 11 years old, living with my parents in Harborview, this small coastal town where nothing ever really happened. We had a modest 2-story house about half a mile from the beach. My bedroom was upstairs at the end of the hallway, and I had these glow-in-the-dark stars stuck all over my ceiling that I'd stare at when I couldn't sleep. On this particular night in late October, I went to bed around 9:30. School had been rough that day because this kid, Trevor, had been bullying me for weeks. He was bigger than me, and I was too scared to stand up to him. That night, I had this super vivid dream where Trevor cornered me behind the gym and punched me hard in the chest. The pain felt so real that it actually woke me up. I bolted upright, gasping. My chest hurt like crazy, not like dream pain, but actual physical pain that made it hard to breathe. I remember grabbing at my pajama shirt, trying to catch my breath, wondering if I was having some kind of heart attack or something. That's when I realized I wasn't alone in my room. Across from my bed, maybe 7 or 8 feet away, was this figure. I still don't know what else to call it. It looked like a monk or something, with this dark hood pulled over where its head should be. But where there should have been a face, there was just this deeper shade of black. Not just dark, but like a void that seemed to pull the surrounding darkness into it. The thing that freaked me out the most was what it was doing with its hands. It seemed to be manipulating something between them, like a cloth or liquid that moved back and forth in this really unnatural way. The motion was hypnotic, almost like it was folding space itself. Behind it, there was this weird bright light that shouldn't have been there. My room faced the backyard, and there were no streetlights. This light was casting shadows across my bedroom wall, making my Jurassic Park and Batman posters look distorted and wrong. When I spotted this thing, I tried to scream, but nothing came out. I tried to move, but my body wouldn't respond. I was completely paralyzed. Not just scared, stiff paralyzed, but actually trapped inside my own body. I couldn't even blink or wiggle my toes. The only things that worked were my eyes, and the worst part, I couldn't breathe. It felt like something was sitting on my chest, pressing down harder and harder. I remember the panic building as my lungs started burning. I thought I was going to die right there in my bed with this thing watching me. Then, slowly, I started to get feeling back. It began in my toes, just the tiniest bit of movement. Then my fingertips started to tingle. My eyelids finally blinked. The ability to move crept back into my body inch by inch, while this shadow monk thing just stood there, still doing that weird folding motion with its hands. Once I could breathe again, I whispered, "Who are you?" My voice came out all raspy and weak. The thing didn't answer, just kept manipulating whatever was in its hands. I tried again, asking what it wanted, why it was in my room. Nothing. But I got the sense it was aware of me. It would occasionally pause and tilt its hooded head up from its work, as if checking to make sure I was still there before going back to its task. I was terrified, but also getting desperate. That's when I remembered the flashlight I kept under my pillow. My dad had given it to me because I used to be scared of the dark. It was nothing special, just one of those silver mag lights, but it was solid and heavy. I knew I needed to get to it, but I was scared that if I moved too much, the thing would... I don't even know what I thought it would do, but I was sure it would be bad. So I pretended to fall back asleep. I slumped back against my pillow and let my breathing get slower, all while keeping one eye barely cracked open to watch the entity. It kept doing its thing, apparently not concerned that I might be faking. Slowly, so slowly, it took what felt like forever. I slid my hand under my pillow, feeling around for the flashlight. My fingers brushed against the cold metal, and I nearly sighed in relief but caught myself. As my hand closed around the flashlight, I heard this voice in my head. Not my voice, not a thought. An actual voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It said, "Now, the heart." Without thinking, I sat bolt upright and pointed the flashlight directly at where the thing's heart would be if it were human. I clicked it on, and this bright beam hit the shadow monk square in the chest. What happened next still doesn't make sense to me. The figure seemed to implode, collapsing in on itself. It was like watching a black hole in reverse, this spiral of darkness and light spinning inward until there was nothing left. The light behind it vanished too, and my room was suddenly just my normal bedroom again. I sat there shaking, flashlight still pointed at the empty space where the thing had been. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I kept the flashlight on and pointed at that spot until sunrise, terrified it would come back. When morning finally came, I was exhausted. I got out of bed and immediately felt that pain in my chest again. I went to the bathroom and lifted my shirt to look in the mirror. There was an actual bruise on my chest, right where Trevor had punched me in my dream, right where it had hurt when I woke up. A perfect fist-sized bruise that wasn't there when I went to bed. I wanted to tell my parents, but what could I say? Hey, I had a nightmare. Then a shadow monster was in my room, and now I have a bruise. They would have thought I was making it up or that I'd hurt myself somehow, so I kept it to myself. I started sleeping with my flashlight on for months after that. Eventually, I convinced myself it had been sleep paralysis or some kind of night terror, stuff I'd read about in the school library when I was trying to make sense of what happened. Life went on. I grew up, moved away for college, got a job, got married. I never saw the shadow monk again, and eventually it became just this weird childhood memory that I mostly convinced myself wasn't real. Then, fast forward to last month, 25 years later. My daughter Emma is 5 years old. She's this bright, happy kid who rarely has bad dreams. But one morning at breakfast, she was quiet and looked tired. When my wife asked what was wrong, Emma said, "The shadow man was in my room last night. I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back." I asked her what the shadow man looked like, trying to keep my voice casual. "He's all black with a hoodie," she said, pushing her cereal around with her spoon. "And he doesn't have a face, just darkness. He chases me in my dreams." My wife thought it was just a nightmare, but I knew better. The description was too similar to what I'd seen. I asked Emma if the shadow man did anything, and she nodded. "He folds things with his hands, like this." She mimicked that same weird folding motion I'd seen the shadow monk doing. "And last night he bit my finger." She held up her index finger and there was a small red mark on it, like a pinprick. My wife thought she'd probably scratched herself in her sleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something much worse was happening. I started sleeping on the floor in Emma's room, telling my wife I was just helping Emma through a phase of nightmares. For a few nights, nothing happened. Then one evening, Emma came home from preschool upset. "Daddy, I saw the shadow man at school today," she said, her voice trembling. "In a dream at nap time?" I asked, hoping that was it. She shook her head. "No, when I was playing in the reading corner. He was standing by the bookshelf, doing his folding thing. When he saw me looking at him, he went away real fast. That's when I knew for certain this wasn't just nightmares or an overactive imagination. Whatever had visited me as a child had found my daughter. The realization made me physically sick. I'd somehow passed this thing on to her, and I had no idea how to protect her. I told Emma about the flashlight trick, how light aimed at the shadow man's chest made him disappear. I gave her a small pink flashlight to keep under her pillow, just like I'd had. She seemed comforted by this, but I wasn't. If this thing could appear in broad daylight at her preschool, would a flashlight really help? Last week I was tucking Emma in when she asked me a question that still makes my skin crawl. "Daddy, why does the shadow man say your name?" "What do you mean?" I asked, my mouth going dry. "When he's in my room, he whispers Nathan over and over. That's your name, not mine." I sat on the edge of her bed, completely stunned. I'd never told Emma about my experience. She couldn't have known that the shadow monk had any connection to me, and I definitely never told her that it seemed to know my name. That night, after Emma fell asleep, I sat in the hallway outside her room, flashlight in hand. Around 2:30 a.m., I heard her whimper. I rushed in to find her sitting up in bed, staring at the corner of her room with wide, terrified eyes. "He's here, Daddy," she whispered. I couldn't see anything, but the temperature in the room had dropped so much I could see my breath. I pointed my flashlight at the corner where she was looking and turned it on. For a split second I thought I saw something shift and move, but then it was gone. Emma relaxed immediately. "You made him go away," she said, relief in her voice. I stayed with her until she fell back asleep, my mind racing. Why could she see it when I couldn't? Why had it returned after all these years, and why was it focused on my daughter? The next day, I took Emma to a pediatrician, claiming she was having night terrors. The doctor found nothing physically wrong with her. I even took her to a child psychologist who suggested her shadow man was just a manifestation of normal childhood fears. But I know better. This thing is real, and it's connected to me somehow. It found me as a child, disappeared for 25 years, and now it's found my daughter. I don't know what it wants or why it chose us. The folding motion with its hands, the way it knows my name, the physical marks it leaves behind, none of it makes any sense. I've started researching shadow people, sleep paralysis, and anything else that might explain what we're experiencing. So far, I've found nothing that quite matches what happened to me or what's happening to Emma. The closest thing is some folklore about shadow beings that feed on fear, but even that doesn't explain the specific details of our encounters. For now, I've filled our house with nightlights. Emma sleeps with her flashlight, and I've put a baby monitor in her room so I can hear if anything happens. But I can't shake the feeling that these are just temporary measures. This thing, whatever it is patient. It waited 25 years before showing up again. The worst part is the guilt. Did I somehow pass this curse to my daughter? Is it my fault that she's going through this? And what happens when the flashlight trick stops working? What if it decides to do more than just watch and fold its hands in the darkness? I don't have answers, just questions and fear. All I know is that something unnatural has connected itself to my family, and I have no idea how to break that connection. Every night, when I put Emma to bed, I wonder if this will be the night it comes back. And every morning when she wakes up without incident, I feel relief wash over me. But it's always temporary, always shadowed by the knowledge that night will come again, and with it, the possibility that the darkness in the corner might not just be darkness after all. Story 4. I still remember that day like it was yesterday, even though it's been almost 7 years now. I was 13, awkward as hell, and desperate to fit in with this group of kids who were way cooler than me. At least that's what my 13-year-old brain thought at the time. It was mid-June in Pensacola, hot and sticky, like it always is in Florida summers. School had just let out, and I was trying to make friends with these two guys from my class, Derek and Jason. They always had this air of confidence I desperately wanted. They were hanging out with these two girls that day, Amber and Melissa, who were both from our school but a grade above us. Derek had suggested we explore Fort Pickens since his older brother had told him it was haunted. I'd lived in Pensacola my whole life and had been to the fort with my parents a few times, but never with friends, and never with the intention of looking for ghosts. I pretended to be all casual about it, like, yeah, cool, whatever. But inside, I was nervous and excited. For those who don't know, Fort Pickens is this massive old brick fortress on the tip of Santa Rosa Island. It was built in the 1800s and saw action during the Civil War. The place has this heavy feeling, all those thick brick walls and dark passageways. It's seen a lot of death over the years, battles, yellow fever outbreaks, deadly hurricanes. My grandpa used to tell me stories about soldiers who died there, how their spirits were still walking the grounds. We rode our bikes there that morning, crossing over the Bay Bridge and following the coastal road. The whole way there, Derek and Jason were going on about all the ghosts that supposedly haunted the place. They talked about soldiers who died in battle, prisoners who were tortured, and even some story about a lighthouse keeper who went insane. I didn't know how much of it was true, but it gave me goosebumps anyway. When we got there, the place wasn't too crowded, just a few tourists taking photos near the entrance. We locked our bikes and paid the entrance fee with money we'd pooled together. The park ranger gave us a map and the usual warnings about staying on marked paths. He looked at us suspiciously, probably thinking we were just a bunch of kids looking for trouble. He wasn't entirely wrong. We wandered through the main areas of the fort for about an hour, checking out the old gun batteries and climbing up to the top where you could see the Gulf of Mexico stretching out forever. The whole time, I was trying so hard to seem cool around Derek and Jason. I laughed at all their jokes, even the stupid ones, and pretended I wasn't impressed by the fort, even though I actually thought it was pretty fascinating. It was Amber who first suggested we try to find somewhere spooky. "Let's go somewhere the tourists don't go," she said, twirling her hair around her finger. "My cousin said there are tunnels underneath where they used to store ammunition and stuff." I remember feeling my stomach tighten when she said that, but I nodded along enthusiastically. We consulted the map and headed toward a less trafficked area of the fort. There were these dark corridors that led deeper inside, away from the sunny courtyards. The temperature dropped as we went further in, and our voices started to echo off the brick walls. We found this area where there were a few small tunnel entrances, not on the main tour route. They looked like they might have been used for storage, or maybe as escape routes. Some had modern chain barriers across them with "Do Not Enter" signs, but a couple were just kind of there. No barriers, no signs, just dark openings in the wall. "I bet these go way back," Jason said, shining his phone flashlight into one of them. "Probably connects to those secret chambers they used for prisoners." I don't know if that was true, but the tunnels did look old and untouched, with cobwebs in the corners and this musty smell that made my nose itch. "We should explore them," Derek suggested, and my heart started racing. I wanted to say no, to suggest we stick to the main areas, but I also desperately wanted their approval. "Who's going in first?" Melissa asked, looking nervous but trying to hide it. There was this awkward silence, and I could feel something shift in the air. This was a test. If I chickened out, I'd never be part of their group. If I went in, maybe I'd finally belong. "I'll go," I said, surprising even myself. "I'm not scared." Derek looked surprised, then impressed. "All right, Marcus, I'll check out this other one." He pointed to a tunnel a few feet away. I took a deep breath and stepped toward the tunnel opening. It was about 4 feet high, so I had to crouch down. I turned on my phone flashlight and peered inside. The tunnel stretched ahead, brick-lined and narrow. It seemed to curve slightly to the left, after about 20 feet. "Don't get lost in there," Amber called out, her voice echoing, "or the ghost soldiers might get you." She giggled, but it didn't sound very convincing. I forced a laugh. "Yeah, right." I tried to sound brave, but my voice cracked a little. I ducked into the tunnel, immediately enveloped by cool, damp air. The sound of my friends' voices became muffled as I moved deeper in. My flashlight cast weird, shifting shadows on the brick walls, and every step I took echoed loudly. I could hear water dripping somewhere, and the distant murmur of tourists in other parts of the fort. I'd gone maybe 30 feet in when something changed. The air felt different, heavier somehow, like when you're swimming underwater and feel the pressure increase. And there was this smell that wasn't there before. Something metallic and old, like rusty iron. Then I hit it. What I can only describe as an invisible wall. I could see through it clearly. The tunnel continued on the other side, looking exactly the same. But when I tried to move forward, it felt like walking into a wall of jello. Not solid, but definitely resistant. My skin prickled all over, and the hair on my arms stood straight up. I stood there, frozen, not sure what to do. That's when the fear started building. Not panic, but this slow, creeping dread that started in my stomach and worked its way up to my chest. I wanted to turn back, but something kept me rooted to that spot. And then I saw it, sitting on the ground about 10 feet past the invisible barrier. A shadow. But not just any shadow. It had depth and substance, like it was made of something thicker than darkness. It was shaped like a person leaning against the wall of the tunnel, legs stretched out in front of it. Here's the weirdest thing. I wasn't terrified. I should have been. I mean, I was looking at something that shouldn't exist. But what I felt was sadness. This overwhelming sense of pain and loss. The shadow figure wasn't moving much, just sitting there like it was injured or exhausted. I had this crazy thought that I was looking at a soldier who had crawled into this tunnel during a battle, bleeding and afraid, and died there alone. I don't know how long I stood there staring at it. Time felt strange, but suddenly I became aware of how quiet it was. I couldn't hear my friends anymore. I couldn't hear anything except my own breathing and heartbeat. That's when I screamed, not because I was terrified, but because I suddenly felt like I needed to react, to do something. Like I was supposed to be afraid, so I should act afraid. I turned and scrambled back through the tunnel as fast as I could, scraping my knees and elbows on the brick floor. When I burst out into the corridor where my friends were waiting, I was breathing hard and probably looked like I'd seen a ghost, which I guess I had. "What happened?" Melissa asked, eyes wide. "Did you see something?" Derek had already come back from his tunnel, apparently finding nothing interesting. I started telling them what I'd experienced, the invisible barrier, the shadow figure, the strange feelings. I was talking fast, gesturing with my hands, trying to make them understand. But as I was speaking, I could see their expressions changing, from concern to doubt to amusement. "Yeah, right," Jason said, rolling his eyes. "Nice try, Marcus." "I'm serious," I insisted. "There was something in there. I felt it. I saw it." "What, like a ghost?" Derek laughed. "Come on, man." It wasn't a ghost exactly. It was like a shadow, but it was solid somehow. Even as I said it, I knew how it sounded. Amber and Melissa exchanged looks. "Maybe we should head back," Amber suggested. "This place is giving me the creeps anyway." I wanted to argue, to make them believe me, but the damage was done. They thought I was making it up, trying to scare them or get attention. The irony wasn't lost on me. I'd been trying so hard to fit in, and now I'd done the exact opposite. We left the tunnels and made our way back through the fort. The others started joking around again, but there was this new distance between us. Me on one side, them on the other. I'd become the weird kid who made up ghost stories. As we were leaving, I couldn't help looking back at the fort. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the brick walls. I felt this pull, like the fort wasn't done with me, or I wasn't done with it. During the bike ride home, I kept replaying what I'd seen in my mind. Had I imagined it? Was it just shadows and my overactive imagination? But no, that invisible barrier was real. I'd felt it, and that shadow. It had been there, sitting against the wall, existing in a way that defied explanation. We stopped at a convenience store for sodas before splitting up to go home. As the others were inside, Derek came up to me where I was waiting with the bikes. "You didn't really see anything, did you?" he asked, his tone somewhere between accusatory and curious. "I did," I said firmly. "I swear." He studied my face for a moment, then shrugged. "Whatever. Just maybe don't talk about it anymore, okay? It's weird." And that was it. The final confirmation that I'd screwed up any chance of being friends with them. Over the next few weeks, they started avoiding me at school. When summer ended and 8th grade started, it was like the fort incident had permanently branded me. I was the kid who made up ghost stories. The thing is, in the years since, I've gone back to Fort Pickens several times. I've even gone into that same tunnel. But I've never felt that invisible barrier again. I've never seen the shadow soldier. It's just a dark, damp tunnel now. Sometimes I wonder if what I experienced was some kind of time slip, a moment when the past and present overlapped. Maybe I glimpsed something from the fort's bloody history. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something I still don't understand. What I know for sure is that it changed me. Not just because I lost my chance at friendship with those kids, but because it opened my eyes to the possibility that there are things in this world that we can't explain, things that exist in the spaces between what we know and what we don't. I'm 20 now, studying history at the local community college. Sometimes I think about going back to Fort Pickens with recording equipment, trying to document what I experienced. But another part of me wants to leave it alone. That shadow wasn't malevolent. It was sad, lost, maybe trapped. It wasn't trying to scare me or harm me. It was just there. And maybe that's the most unsettling part of all. Not that there are ghosts or monsters out there trying to get us, but that the past never really goes away. It just sits there in the dark, waiting for someone to stumble upon it and remember. Story 5. Defy. I grew up in San Miguel, a tiny village tucked away in the hills of Oaxaca, where everyone knows everyone, and stories pass from generation to generation like family heirlooms. Our village isn't on most maps, just a collection of modest homes with tin roofs, dirt roads that turn to mud in the rainy season, and cornfields that stretch toward the mountains. My abuela always warned us about El Jinete Negro, the Black Rider. She'd lower her voice to almost a whisper when she mentioned him, crossing herself quickly. "He comes on the darkest nights," she'd say, searching for children who refuse their sleep. "He rides a horse as black as sin, or sometimes drives a car that makes no sound. If you see him, if your eyes meet his, he'll take you away forever." Of course, as kids, we'd roll our eyes when the adults weren't looking. My cousins and I would joke about it during our summer sleepovers, trying to scare each other. My cousin Diego would make up elaborate stories about children who disappeared, taken by the Black Rider to some unknown place. I remember laughing, telling him he should write horror movies. I didn't believe any of it. I thought it was just another story adults invented to make us go to bed on time, like the Bogeyman or La Llorona. Just another Mexican folktale to keep kids in line. I was 12 when it happened. My parents had gone to visit my sick Tio in Mexico City, leaving me with my grandmother for the weekend. Our house was at the edge of the village, where the dirt road faded into a path that led to the surrounding hills. My bedroom was small, with just a bed, a small dresser, and a window that faced our backyard and the fields beyond. That Friday night I stayed up late reading manga with a flashlight under my blanket. Abuela had gone to bed early as usual, and I wasn't the least bit tired. I kept telling myself just one more chapter, until I realized it was already past midnight. I reluctantly turned off my flashlight and tried to sleep, but my brain was too active, too full of the story I'd been reading. At around 2:30 a.m., I woke up needing to pee. Our bathroom was outside, a small concrete structure a few yards from the back door. I hated going out there at night, but I had no choice. I tiptoed past my grandmother's room, careful not to wake her, and quietly pushed open the back door. The night was unnaturally still. Usually there would be some noise, crickets chirping, the distant barking of dogs, the rustle of leaves in the breeze. But that night, nothing. Just a heavy silence that felt like it was pressing down on me. The moon was thin, providing barely enough light to see the path to the bathroom. I hurried, doing my business as quickly as possible. Something about the silence made my skin prickle. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like someone was watching me. I rushed back to the house, not even bothering to be quiet anymore. Back in my room, I was about to climb into bed when I heard it. A small sound, like rocks shifting under weight. At first, I thought it might be one of the stray dogs that sometimes wandered around our property. But then I heard another sound, unmistakably footsteps, slow and deliberate, crunching on the dry grass outside my window. My heart jumped into my throat. I froze, listening. The footsteps stopped right outside my window. I could see the shadow now, darker than the darkness around it, blocking what little moonlight there was. A tall, human-shaped shadow. In that moment, every story my abuela had ever told me about El Jinete Negro came rushing back. I remembered her warnings, her crossed arms, her fearful whispers. If he comes to your window, child, don't look. Pretend to be asleep. Don't move. Don't breathe. Don't let him know you're awake. He'll eventually leave. I dove under my covers, my body trembling so hard I was afraid the bed would shake. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to control my breathing, to make it deep and regular like I was asleep. But how could I, when my heart was hammering so loud I was sure it could be heard through the walls? Then I heard a new sound, the metal bars on my window being gripped, followed by a gentle tapping, tap, 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 like fingernails against glass. And then breathing, heavy, ragged breathing, as if whatever was outside had run a great distance, or was excited about something. I wanted to scream for my abuela, but I couldn't move, couldn't speak. Terror had turned my muscles to stone. All I could do was lie there, pretending to be asleep, while cold sweat soaked my pajamas and tears leaked silently from my tightly closed eyes. The tapping continued, a little louder now. Tap, 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 and that breathing, God, that breathing. It wasn't normal. It had a wet, gurgling quality to it, like someone breathing through a mouthful of liquid. I don't know how long I lay there, minutes, hours. Time seemed to stretch and warp around me. I was afraid to move even a finger. What if he saw? What if he knew I was awake? Would he break through the window? Would he somehow get past the bars? Would I disappear like those children in my cousin's stories? At some point, I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion and terror. When I woke up, sunlight was streaming through my window, and the sounds of the village, roosters crowing, people talking, the clatter of pots and pans, filled the air. For a moment, I wondered if it had all been a nightmare. But then I looked at my sheets, still damp with sweat, and when I got up on shaky legs and went to the window, I saw them. Footprints in the dry earth beneath my window. Large, deep impressions, like someone heavy had stood there for a long time. and on the windowsill, dark smudges on the metal bars, as if someone had gripped them with dirty hands. I ran to my abuela sobbing and told her everything. Her face went pale, and she crossed herself repeatedly, muttering prayers under her breath. She burned sage in every room that day and hung new charms of protection around our house. When my parents returned on Sunday, they tried to explain it away. Maybe it was just a drunk villager who got lost. Maybe it was one of my cousins playing a prank, but how did they explain the absolute silence that had fallen over our normally noisy countryside? How did they explain that heavy, wet breathing that still haunts my dreams? My cousin Diego swore it wasn't him or any of our other cousins. "We wouldn't do that to you, Maria," he said, looking genuinely scared. "We all know better than to joke about El Jinete Negro. Some things you don't mess with." I thought about the front door, how it creaked so loudly whenever anyone opened it. I would have heard if someone from inside the house had gone out, but I heard nothing but that breathing outside my window. My parents wanted to involve the police, but my abuela talked them out of it. "The police can't help with this," she said firmly. "This isn't something they can understand or fight." In the days that followed, I heard whispers in the village. An elderly man who lived near the cemetery claimed he'd seen a black horse that same night, standing motionless among the gravestones, with no rider in sight. A woman who lived on the other side of the village said her dogs had gone crazy around 3 a.m., barking and howling at something they could see, but she couldn't. And then there was old Senor Ramirez, who rarely spoke to anyone but surprised us all by approaching me after church that Sunday. He pulled me aside, his rheumy eyes intense. "Did you look at him, child?" he asked in a hoarse whisper. "Did your eyes meet his?" When I shook my head, he patted my shoulder with a gnarled hand. Good girl. You remembered the rules. That's why you're still here." The village seemed to collectively hold its breath for weeks afterward. Parents called their children in earlier than usual. More protection charms appeared in windows and doorways. Everyone was on edge, waiting to see if El Jinete Negro would return. But he didn't, at least not that anyone admitted to. Life slowly returned to normal for everyone else, but not for me. I begged my parents to move my bed to another room, one without windows if possible. I started sleeping with a light on. I developed insomnia, terrified of what might come in the deepest part of the night. When I did sleep, I had nightmares of black horses, of shadowy figures, of that wet, gurgling breath. My parents eventually took me to a therapist in the city who talked about sleep paralysis and how fear can make us imagine things. She suggested my experience might have been a particularly vivid nightmare combined with the power of suggestion from all those folk tales I'd grown up with. I wanted to believe her. It would have been easier. But how could I explain the footprints, the smudges on the bars, the collective unease that fell over our village? 3 years have passed. I'm 15 now, and we've since moved to Oaxaca City for my father's new job. I have new friends who've never heard of El Jinete Negro. I go to a school where the scariest things are pop quizzes and mean girls. I should feel safe, but I don't. Not completely. Not when the sun goes down and the world grows quiet. Not when I'm alone in my room and hear an unexpected sound outside my window. That fear is still there, lurking just beneath the surface, ready to come rushing back at the slightest provocation. Sometimes I wonder if he's still out there, riding his black horse or driving his silent car through the night, stopping at windows to check for children who should be sleeping. I wonder if he remembers me, the girl who tricked him by pretending to be asleep. I wonder if he's disappointed he didn't get to take me away. And sometimes, in the moments between wakefulness and sleep, I wonder if maybe he did take something from me that night. My sense of safety, my childish fearlessness, my belief that the world makes sense and can be explained. I still can't explain what happened that night. Was it really El Jinete Negro, the bogeyman of San Miguel? Was it some sick person who gets off on scaring children? Was it all in my head, as the therapist suggested? I don't know. I'll probably never know. But one thing's for certain. I never stay up past midnight anymore. And I always make sure my curtains are closed tight when darkness falls. Because some things are better left unseen, and some visitors should never be invited in. Story 6. I've been debating for weeks whether to post this. I'm a professional photographer, and sharing this kind of experience feels risky for my reputation. But I need to get this off my chest, because it's been eating at me since it happened last year, and I still can't explain it. Back in late October 2013, I was hired to shoot behind-the-scenes footage for a theatre production in Brighton. I've done dozens of these gigs before, documenting rehearsals, capturing candid moments backstage, that sort of thing. The production company wanted material for their website and social media, plus some footage for a promotional video. Pretty standard stuff. This particular play was set in this beachside house that they'd built right in the middle of the stage. An impressive set with real furniture, windows, the works. They'd gone all out with the production design. The play itself was some kind of psychological thriller with supernatural elements. But honestly, I wasn't paying much attention to the plot. I was focused on getting my shots. The theatre was one of those older buildings, you know, creaky floors, tight backstage areas, that distinctive musty smell that old theatres have. During performances, they used these dramatic blackouts at several points in the show. Everything would go completely dark, except for those green emergency exit signs. The effect was pretty striking. Total darkness one moment, then the lights coming back up to reveal the actors in new positions. Classic theatre trick. I'd been there for about 6 hours that day, getting footage of the final rehearsals before opening night. My back was killing me from carrying equipment around, and I was starting to get that mental fog from looking through a viewfinder all day. I remember checking my watch around 8:30 p.m. and thinking I'd probably wrap up by 10. During the third scheduled blackout of the rehearsal, I was positioned in the wings, waiting for the lights to come back up so I could get some shots of the actor's entrance. The director had specifically asked me to capture this moment, so I was ready with my camera, standing completely still in the darkness. That's when I noticed something off to my right. At first, I thought it was just a crew member. In the dim glow of the emergency exit sign, I could make out a greyish silhouette. Nothing unusual about someone waiting in the wings during a rehearsal, right? I turned my head, expecting to see one of the tech crew or maybe one of the actors waiting for their cue. But what I saw instead froze the blood in my veins. It was a girl, young, maybe 12 or 13. She was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned dress, though it was hard to make out details in the green-tinged darkness. The dress seemed to move slightly, as if caught in a gentle breeze, but there was no air movement backstage. Her hair hung limply around her face, which was... God, her face. I'll never forget it. Her eyes were sunken and ringed with dark circles, but they were fixed directly on mine with this intensity that made my skin crawl. Her expression showed complete exhaustion mixed with this profound sadness, and her mouth slightly open like she was trying to say something but couldn't. The desperation in her face was palpable. The most disturbing part was her hands. They were stretched out toward me, palms facing up with her fingers slightly curled, like she was begging for something. I remember noticing how thin and bony her wrists looked in that dim light. And then I realized she had no legs. Where her legs should have been, there was just nothing. She wasn't standing on the floor, she was floating, suspended about a foot above it. And she was moving toward me with this unnatural smoothness that defied everything I know about how people move. There was no walking, no shifting of weight, just this gentle, fluid glide in my direction. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even blink. We locked eyes for what felt like forever but was probably only a few seconds. In that moment, I felt a cold that went beyond temperature, a cold that reached inside me and gripped something vital. Then, my survival instincts kicked in. I swiped my hand in front of me as if I could physically push away whatever this was. My heart was hammering so hard, I could feel it in my throat. My palms instantly went sweaty, and my camera nearly slipped from my grasp. I fumbled with the camera, turning on the monitor to try to capture what I was seeing. The small LCD screen lit up, casting a blue glow around me, but when I looked back up, she was gone. Just gone. No movement, no sound, nothing to indicate she'd ever been there. I stood there shaking, camera clutched in white-knuckled hands, trying to process what I'd just seen. Had I fallen asleep standing up? Was I hallucinating from exhaustion? But I knew I hadn't been. I was wide awake, and what I'd seen felt more real than anything I'd experienced before. The lights came back up on stage, and the rehearsal continued as if nothing had happened. No one else seemed to have noticed anything unusual. I forced myself to keep working, to keep the camera steady and frame my shots, but my eyes darted everywhere, scanning the shadows, the corners, behind the curtains. My mouth was bone dry, and I couldn't stop the trembling in my hands. A production assistant asked if I was feeling okay, and I mumbled something about low blood sugar. I didn't dare tell anyone what I'd seen. These were professionals, directors, actors, technicians, and I was there on a job. The last thing I needed was to be labeled as the photographer who sees ghosts. That's how you stop getting calls for work. For the rest of the night, I stayed in well-lit areas and kept my back to walls whenever possible. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every shadow made me jump, and every unexpected sound sent my heart racing. I've never been so relieved to pack up my equipment and get out of a building. Driving home that night, I kept checking my rear-view mirror, half expecting to see her in my back seat. I slept with the lights on for the first time since I was a kid. The next morning, I convinced myself I'd just been overtired. The human mind does weird things when it's exhausted, right? But when I reviewed my footage from that night, I noticed something that made my skin go cold all over again. During the exact time frame when I'd seen the girl, there's a 10-second gap in my recording. The timestamp jumps forward, as if the camera had been turned off and on again, but I know I never stopped recording. I checked the camera thoroughly. No technical issues, no battery problems, nothing that would explain the missing footage. I wanted to ask the theatre staff about the building's history, whether there had been accidents or deaths there, particularly involving a young girl. But I couldn't bring myself to do it. What would I say? Hey, quick question. Ever seen the ghost of a legless girl floating around backstage? They'd think I was nuts. So I did my own research instead. I spent hours online, searching for information about the theatre, looking for any mention of accidents, tragedies, anything involving children. I found nothing concrete, just vague references to the building being atmospheric and having a presence, whatever that means. The closest I came to an explanation was an old newspaper article from 1892 about a fire in a building that had previously occupied the site. Several people died, including the daughter of the owner. The article didn't provide many details about her, not even her age, but it mentioned that she had been tragically trapped in the upper floor of the building. Could that have been her? The girl with no legs, still trapped there over a century later? I delivered the edited footage to the production company a week later. They were happy with my work and even asked if I'd be available for their next production. I said yes, because what else could I say? This is my livelihood, but I made sure their next show was in a different venue. It's been months now, and I still think about her almost daily. Sometimes I'll be in the middle of a shoot, looking through my viewfinder, and I'll get this overwhelming feeling that if I lower the camera, she'll be standing there, hands outstretched. I avoid theaters when possible now, especially older ones. When I do have to work in them, I never stay after everyone else has left, and I always keep my back to a wall. The rational part of my brain keeps searching for explanations. Maybe it was just a trick of the light combined with exhaustion. Maybe someone was playing an elaborate prank. Maybe it was a projection from the lighting booth that was part of the technical rehearsal. But none of those explanations feel right. Because when I close my eyes at night, I can still see her face with perfect clarity. The hollow eyes, the desperate expression, the silent plea for help. And I can't shake the feeling that whatever she wanted from me, she's still waiting to get it. I used to be skeptical about ghosts and the paranormal. I'd roll my eyes at ghost stories and paranormal TV shows. Now, I'm not so certain anymore. There are things we don't understand, things science can't explain away. I experienced something that night in that theater that changed me fundamentally, and I can't go back to not believing. I haven't been back to that theater since, and I don't plan to ever return. But sometimes, when I'm editing photos late at night and my apartment gets too quiet, I swear I can feel someone standing behind me, and I don't dare turn around to check. Story 7. I've been sitting on this experience for years, trying to convince myself there was some logical explanation, but I can't. It was 2007, and to this day, I still get chills remembering what happened during that theater workshop in Huxburg. I was 26 at the time, trying to break into acting, and heard about this weekend workshop from a friend who knew I was looking for opportunities to build my portfolio. It was affordable, just €150 for the whole weekend, including accommodation, which seemed like a great deal. The catch was that we'd be sleeping right on the stage of the theater. I thought that sounded kind of cool and adventurous. I'd done plenty of camping trips and slept in weirder places, so I figured why not? When I arrived at the theater on Friday afternoon, I was already a bit unsettled. The building was this massive old stone structure that used to be part of a hospital complex before being converted into a theater sometime in the 1970s. It had that institutional feel that old hospitals have. High ceilings, long hallways, and an echo that follows you everywhere. There were about 15 of us participating in the workshop. The instructor, Hans, was this energetic guy in his 50s who'd been running these workshops for years. He gave us a tour of the place, explaining how we'd use the stage for activities during the day, then set up our sleeping bags there at night. When we got to the stage, Hans pointed out something I hadn't noticed at first, a dark, reddish-brown stain in the wood near center stage. It wasn't huge, maybe the size of a dinner plate, and had a vaguely heart-like shape. That, he said, is the heart of our theater. Then he told us the story behind it. Apparently, during the Napoleonic occupation in the early 1800s, this area had been occupied by French troops. According to local legend, a French soldier had raped a miller's wife. When the miller found out, he was enraged and challenged who he thought was the guilty soldier to a duel. The miller won the duel, but he'd killed the wrong man, an honorable soldier who had accepted the challenge out of duty while the actual rapist had fled. The blood from this murder committed out of love supposedly created the heart-shaped stain on what would later become the stage floor. Hans said they'd tried to remove it multiple times over the years, sanding, staining, even replacing sections of the floor, but the stain always returned. The current theater management had given up and just incorporated it into the theater's identity. Someone asked if the place was haunted, which got a laugh from several people, but Hans didn't laugh. Instead, he mentioned that there was another ghost story connected to the theater, something about the previous director, Stefan Müller, who had died just the year before in 2006. Hans didn't go into details, just said that some staff members claimed to have heard Müller's distinctive footsteps in the auditorium after hours. He was known for his habit of pacing the aisles during rehearsals, Hans explained, always wearing these old-fashioned, hard-soled shoes that made a very specific tapping sound on the floor. I remember thinking it was just the usual ghost stories you hear about old buildings, especially theaters. Every theater I'd ever worked in had at least one ghost story. It's practically a tradition. The first day and night were uneventful. We did improvisational exercises, movement work, and scene study. The sleeping arrangements were basic but fine. Just our sleeping bags and pads laid out on the stage. The lights were turned off at around 11 p.m., and I slept well enough despite the snoring from a couple of participants. The second day was intense. Hans pushed us really hard with emotional exercises designed to break down our inhibitions. By evening, I was exhausted, but in that good way that comes from productive work. We had a group dinner at a nearby restaurant, and I remember feeling really connected to everyone. There was this sense of camaraderie that forms quickly in these intense workshop environments. We got back to the theater around 10 p.m. Some people stayed up chatting quietly, but most of us were tired and wanted to sleep. The lights went out at 11 again, and I was asleep within minutes. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. My phone was out of battery, and I hadn't brought a watch. The theater was pitch black, not just dark, but that complete absence of light that makes you question whether your eyes are even open. I could hear the deep breathing and occasional snores of the other participants around me, so I knew I wasn't alone, but I couldn't see any of them. What woke me was a sound, a rhythmic tapping like footsteps coming from the seating area of the auditorium. It was faint at first, distant, almost like someone dropping small pebbles one by one. Tap, 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 even spaced, deliberate. My first thought was that it was probably one of the workshop participants who had gotten up to use the bathroom, but that didn't make sense. The bathrooms were backstage, in the opposite direction from the auditorium, and these sounds were definitely coming from out in the seating area. I lay there listening, trying to place the sound. It seemed to be moving, starting from what would be the right side of the auditorium, from the perspective of being on stage, and moving methodically toward the left. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythm never changed, never sped up or slowed down. It was measured, like someone taking their time, inspecting each row as they went. I strained my eyes, trying to see anything in the darkness. After a few minutes, my eyes had adjusted enough that I could make out the vague shapes of the first few rows of seats. Beyond that was just an abyss of black. The tapping continued its path across the auditorium, row by row. I thought about waking someone else up, but who, and to tell them what? That I was hearing footsteps in an empty theater? I'd sound crazy. So I just lay there, listening, convincing myself there had to be a logical explanation. Then the footsteps changed direction. Instead of moving across the rows, they started coming toward the stage. Tap, 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 getting closer with each step. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The steps reached the front row, just a few feet from the edge of the stage where I was lying. Then they stopped. For maybe 30 seconds, there was complete silence. I held my breath, straining to hear anything. Then the tapping resumed, but now it was moving along the front edge of the stage, as if someone was walking along the orchestra pit. The sound circled around until it was directly in front of me, no more than 10 feet away. Then it stopped again. I was paralyzed with fear. I couldn't move, couldn't call out, couldn't do anything but lie there and wait. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute or so, the tapping started again. But this time it sounded different. It wasn't on the hard floor of the auditorium anymore. It was softer, muffled, like footsteps on wood, like footsteps on a stage. Whatever was making that sound was now on the stage with us. The footsteps moved slowly across the stage, weaving between the sleeping forms of the workshop participants. Nobody else stirred. How could they not hear it? The sound was so clear, so distinct in the silence of the night. I squeezed my eyes shut, as if not seeing would somehow make me invisible. The footsteps continued their meandering path across the stage, sometimes moving away from me, sometimes coming closer. I could tell they were getting nearer again when I felt something. Not a touch, but a presence, a disturbance in the air around me, like when someone stands too close and you can feel their body heat. My bladder suddenly felt unbearably full. I needed to pee badly, but there was no way I was going to get up, not with whatever this was walking around on the stage. I'd rather wet myself than move, but the pressure became too much. I had to go to the bathroom or I was going to embarrass myself, and maybe, I thought, if I got up and turned on a light, whatever this was would disappear. Summoning every ounce of courage I had, I slowly sat up and reached for my phone to use as a flashlight. Dead, of course. I remembered seeing a light switch at the back of the stage that controlled the work lights. Basic, harsh fluorescence, used during set construction and rehearsals. I stood up, trying to move as quietly as possible. The tapping had stopped when I sat up, but I could still feel a presence nearby. My legs were shaking so badly I wasn't sure they would support me, but somehow I managed to stumble toward where I thought the light switch was. My hands fumbled along the wall until I found it and flipped it on. The sudden burst of light was blinding. I blinked rapidly, trying to adjust my eyes while simultaneously scanning the stage for any sign of what had been making those footsteps. There was nothing there except for the sleeping forms of the other participants. Some of them stirred and grumbled at the sudden light, but none fully woke up. I quickly turned the light back off and stood there in the darkness, heart racing, wondering if I'd imagined the whole thing. The full bladder was still an issue, so I carefully made my way backstage to the bathroom, using the emergency exit signs as my only guide. Once there, I locked the door behind me and took several deep breaths, trying to calm myself down. The bathroom light was almost comforting in its harshness. I splashed cold water on my face and looked at myself in the mirror. I looked terrible, pale, with dark circles under my eyes. "Get a grip," I whispered to myself. "There's a logical explanation for this." After using the toilet and washing my hands, I stood by the bathroom door for several minutes, listening. I couldn't hear the tapping anymore. Maybe it was gone. Maybe it had never been there at all. Eventually, I worked up the courage to open the door and step back into the dark hallway. The emergency exit signs cast an eerie green glow that did little to dispel the darkness. I made my way slowly back toward the stage, but stopped when I reached the small staircase that led up to it. The tapping had started again. From where I stood, I could see out onto the stage, dimly lit by those same exit signs. The sleeping forms of the other participants were visible as lumps in the darkness, but there was something else moving among them. Not a full apparition or anything so dramatic, just a disturbance in the air, like heat waves rising from hot asphalt. And with each disturbance came that tap, tap, tap. I couldn't go back out there. I just couldn't. Instead, I retreated to a small storage room near the bathrooms that had some old furniture in it. I found a dusty couch and curled up on it, pulling my jacket around me. I didn't sleep. I just lay there listening, but the sounds didn't reach back here. When morning finally came, I waited until I heard voices and movement before emerging from my hiding place. I made up a story about not feeling well during the night and needing to sleep somewhere else. No one questioned it much. During our morning exercises, I kept looking at that heart-shaped stain on the stage. Had I been sleeping near it? I couldn't remember exactly where my sleeping bag had been in relation to it. Hans must have noticed my preoccupation, because during our break he came over to talk to me. "You look like you didn't sleep well," he said. I hesitated, then asked, "That story about the previous director, Stefan Müller, what exactly happened to him?" Hans looked surprised by the question. "He had a heart attack right there on stage during a dress rehearsal," he said, pointing to an area very near the heart-shaped stain. "He was known for being extremely dedicated or obsessive, depending on who you ask. Even after retirement, he would come to the theater almost every night to watch rehearsals. always pacing the aisles in those old shoes of his. I didn't stay for the third day of the workshop. I made up an excuse about a family emergency and left that morning. I've never gone back to Huxburg, and I've never told anyone this story until now. Sometimes I try to convince myself it was just my imagination, or maybe someone playing a prank. But deep down, I know what I heard, and I know that whatever was making those footsteps that night wasn't anyone from our workshop. I still act occasionally, but I've never stayed overnight in the theater since then. And whenever I hear footsteps behind me in a dark place, I walk a little faster, afraid to turn around and see nothing there. Story 8. I've debated for a long time whether to share this experience. I'm not really a woo-woo person or someone who goes looking for ghosts, but what happened to me at the Lakewood Community Theatre last summer completely changed how I view, well, everything. I've been volunteering there for about 3 years now, mostly helping with costumes and occasionally jumping in as an extra pair of hands wherever needed. It's a small, modern building, nothing particularly historic or spooky about it, just your typical community theatre with too many props and not enough storage space. Our production of Hairspray was in full swing, and we'd been having a great run. I'd been helping with quick changes backstage and lending my voice to some chorus numbers from the wings. Nothing unusual had happened during the first few performances, which makes what started occurring during our second weekend even more unsettling. It was Saturday night, and we had a packed house. I was backstage, arranging costumes for the next quick change, when I noticed Mark, our stage manager, frantically checking all the backstage microphones. His face had this panicked look I'd never seen before. He was methodically checking each mic pack, turning them off one by one, while staring at his soundboard. "What's going on?" I whispered, trying not to disturb the scene happening on stage. "Someone's mic is hot, but I can't figure out which one," he muttered, clearly frustrated. "There's a woman's voice coming through the speakers." I followed him to the sound booth where Jenna, our sound tech, was equally confused. "All actors are accounted for," she said. "Everyone who should be mic'd is on stage right now, and I've checked. Their mics are only picking up the show dialogue." Yet the audience had clearly heard a woman's voice saying things like, "Hang on a minute," and "I'll be right there," during one of the quieter moments of the show. These weren't lines from the play. They sounded like someone was having a casual conversation somewhere backstage. "Could it be interference from outside?" I suggested. "Maybe someone's walking by with a cell phone." Mark shook his head. "Our system doesn't pick up that kind of interference, and it sounded like it was coming directly through our system." We spent the entire intermission checking every single microphone, turning them all off and on again. Nothing seemed amiss technically. The mics were all functioning normally. When the second act started, we held our breath, but there were no more mysterious interruptions. After the show, while we were all hanging out in the green room, Derek, who played Corny Collins, mentioned the strange voice. "Did you guys figure out what that was?" he asked. When Mark explained we couldn't find the source, one of the older cast members, Rita, got very quiet. She pulled out her phone and started scrolling through something. "What day did Martha pass away?" she asked quietly. The mood in the room instantly changed. Martha Thompson had been the theatre's president for nearly a decade before stepping down last year due to her health. We'd all received the news that she had passed away earlier that week, but with the show in full production, many of us hadn't been able to attend her funeral. "Tuesday," someone answered. "The funeral was yesterday morning." Rita nodded slowly. "I thought so. That voice, that was Martha." Everyone started talking at once. Some people laughed nervously, others looked genuinely spooked, but Rita wasn't laughing. "I worked with Martha for 15 years, she said firmly. "I know her voice. Those phrases, 'hang on a minute' and 'I'll be right there,' that's exactly how she used to talk when she was stage managing. She was always telling actors to wait while she fixed something." A chill ran through me. I hadn't known Martha well, but I'd interacted with her enough to recognize that Rita was right. Those were Martha's phrases, and now that I thought about it, the cadence of the mystery voice had sounded like her. The cast started sharing stories about Martha's dedication to the theatre, how she'd always said this place was her true home, how she'd joked that even death wouldn't keep her from opening night. What had seemed like a technical glitch suddenly felt like something much more significant, but that wasn't the end of it. Not even close. Later that night, during the final scene of the show, I was sitting off stage near the piano, adding my voice to the closing number as I had for every performance. The audience couldn't see me, but my voice helped bolster the sound of the finale. I was singing along, focused on the music, when I clearly heard a man's voice singing directly in my ear. It wasn't singing our song. It was singing something else entirely, something older, from a different era, with lyrics I couldn't quite make out. The voice was rich and deep, and it was singing right in my ear, like someone was standing right behind me. I could almost feel breath on my neck. I whipped around, but there was nobody there. Nobody could have been there. I was backed against a wall, sitting in a tiny corner offstage where we barely had room to stash a chair. The only person even remotely close to me was the piano player, and he was a good 10 feet away, completely focused on his sheet music. My heart was pounding so hard, I lost my place in the song. I must have looked terrified, because after the show, Melissa, one of the other volunteers, asked if I was okay. When I told her what happened, she didn't look surprised. "That corner's always had weird energy," she said casually, like she was commenting on the weather. "A few of us have felt something there before. Last season during Oklahoma, I kept feeling someone tap my shoulder when I sat there." "Why didn't anyone warn me?" I asked, still feeling shaky. She shrugged. "It's never been malicious, just present, and not everyone experiences it." The weirdest part. After that night, the presence in that corner completely disappeared. Several people who had previously felt uncomfortable there reported that the negative energy was gone. The general consensus among the cast was that Martha had stopped by for one final performance and somehow cleared whatever had been lingering there. Some people even suggested she had showed it to the light or something like that. I tried to rationalize everything. The voice over the speakers could have been interference. The singing in my ear could have been my imagination, or maybe sound bouncing weirdly in the theater acoustics. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something truly inexplicable had happened. And then came the incident in Prop Heaven that completely removed any doubt from my mind. It was about 2 months later. We were setting up for our next production, The Importance of Being Earnest. I'd volunteered to help find some period-appropriate props, and that meant venturing into the upstairs storage room we all called Prop Heaven, basically a giant, messy attic where decades of theatre productions went to die. I'd been up there plenty of times before without incident. It was always hot and dusty, but never particularly creepy, just cluttered. This time, I went up with 2 stagehands, Mike and Trevor, who needed to grab some furniture pieces. As we rummaged through the chaotic space, Mike suddenly said, "The angels seem active today." He and Trevor exchanged this weird look. "What angels?" I asked. Trevor just shrugged. "You know, the theatre angels. Just be respectful up here, okay? We're going to take this settee downstairs. We'll be back in a few." Before I could ask any more questions, they'd hoisted up an antique sofa and were carefully navigating it down the narrow staircase, leaving me alone in Prop Heaven. I stood there for a moment, feeling suddenly uneasy. The space felt different somehow, like the air was thicker, more charged. I shook it off and continued my search for the specific candle holders the director wanted. After about 10 minutes of fruitless searching through boxes and shelves, I was getting frustrated. I'd looked everywhere logical and couldn't find anything remotely close to what we needed. "Come on," I muttered to myself. "Where are those stupid candle holders? I know they have to be up here somewhere." As soon as the words left my mouth, I felt this weird sensation, like someone gently pushing between my shoulder blades. Not in a threatening way, but more like when someone's trying to guide you in a certain direction. I felt drawn to check a storage trunk in a corner I'd already searched. I walked over, feeling slightly dazed, and opened the trunk again. This time I noticed a smaller box inside that I'd somehow overlooked before. When I opened it, there they were. Exactly the candle holders we needed, exactly as the director had described them. "That's weird," I said out loud. "I swear these weren't here a minute ago." Then, feeling slightly foolish but remembering what the guys had said, I added, "Well, thanks, I guess. Thanks, theater gods." The moment those words left my mouth, a set of wind chimes from across the room began chiming loudly. These weren't small, delicate chimes. They were large metal ones that had been used in some production years ago. They were hanging from a hook on the wall, at least 15 feet away from me. There was no breeze. The windows were all closed. The air conditioning in that room barely worked, and it definitely wasn't on. It was stifling hot up there, completely still air. Those chimes should not have been moving, let alone making that much noise. I froze, watching them swing back and forth, the metallic tinkling filling the otherwise silent room. It went on for about 30 seconds, not just a brief movement, but a sustained, deliberate seeming motion. Then they gradually slowed and stopped. My mouth was completely dry. I managed to croak out, "Okay, got it. Thank you." I gathered the candle holders and was about to bolt for the stairs when I heard a massive crash from the middle of the room. Something had fallen or been pushed off one of the shelving units. I didn't stick around to see what it was. I ran for the stairs, nearly colliding with Mike and Trevor, who were just coming back up. "Whoa, you okay?" Mike asked, steadying me. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "The wind chimes started moving on their own," I blurted out, "and then something fell or was knocked over." They both got very quiet. Then Trevor said, "Yeah, that happens sometimes. Did you say anything before it happened?" I told them about thanking the theater gods after mysteriously finding the candle holders. They nodded like this made perfect sense. "They like to be acknowledged," Mike said simply, "but it's best not to talk about it too much. Some people get freaked out." After that day, I tried several times to get more information about the angels in Prop Heaven. Every time I brought it up, people would get weirdly nervous and change the subject. The few who would talk only gave vague answers about helpful spirits or theater tradition. One older technician finally told me, "Every theater has its ghosts. Ours just happen to be helpful most of the time. Martha knew them well. She always said they were the reason we could pull off miracles on our budget. I still volunteer at the Lakewood Theater. I still help find props in Prop Heaven. And now I always say thank you when I find what I'm looking for. Sometimes the wind chimes answer back, sometimes they don't. But I never feel alone up there anymore. I don't know if what happened was Martha, other theater ghosts, or something else entirely. I just know that something exists beyond what we can explain. And sometimes, if you're in the right place, you can hear them singing along." Story 9. I've been the evening custodian at Millridge High School for about 3 years now. Most nights are pretty routine. Empty trash cans, mop floors, clean bathrooms. Nothing exciting. I work the 4 p.m. to midnight shift, which means I'm usually alone in the building after around 6, when most of the teachers and after-school activities wrap up. The job isn't bad. I like the quiet, and I've got a system down that lets me listen to podcasts while I work. But there's one part of the school I absolutely hate cleaning: the Performing Arts Center, especially the makeup and costume room. I'm not normally the type to get freaked out by empty buildings. I mean, I've been doing this job long enough that the normal creaks and groans of an old school building don't bother me. But something about that makeup room has always felt wrong. The worst part is the mirrors. There are these large mirrors on opposite walls that create this infinity effect when you look into them. During the day, with students around, it's just an interesting visual trick. At night, when I'm alone, it feels like those endless reflections could hide anything. I usually save the pack for last in my cleaning route. I tell myself it's because the drama kids are usually the last to leave. But honestly, I've been putting it off because it makes me uneasy. The first time I noticed something truly weird was about 6 months ago. I was training Miguel, a new guy who'd just started. He mentioned right away that he was sensitive to energies or whatever, which I honestly thought was kind of silly. I'm not really into all that spiritual stuff, but I try to be respectful. We were doing our normal rounds, and everything was fine until we reached the pack. As soon as we walked through the double doors into the auditorium, Miguel got really quiet. I didn't think much of it at first. The space is pretty impressive with the stage and all the seating. But as we moved toward the back hallway where the dressing rooms are, he stopped completely. "You don't feel that?" he asked me. I remember shrugging. "Feel what?" "The air, it's heavy here, like walking through water." I didn't feel anything different, but the serious look on his face made me uncomfortable. When we got to the makeup room, Miguel wouldn't even go inside. He just stood in the doorway and shook his head. "Something's not right in there," he said. "It feels like we're being watched." I laughed it off at the time. Miguel quit 2 weeks later, said the night shift wasn't for him. After he left, I started noticing things. Not right away, but gradually. The next time I went to clean the makeup room alone, I felt it. That heaviness Miguel had described. The air felt thick and oppressive, like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks. I rushed through my cleaning that night, not wanting to acknowledge how much the room was freaking me out. Then the little things started. Doors I know I'd closed would be open when I came back. I'd hear rattling from the prop storage room when I was sure I was alone. The temperature in certain areas of the pack would drop suddenly, especially near the back of the building by the makeup room. I tried to rationalize everything. Old buildings settle. The HVAC system is ancient and temperamental. Maybe I was forgetting which doors I'd closed. But it kept happening, and always in the pack. Last week, things escalated in a way I can't explain away. My fiancée Amber came to keep me company during my shift. We've been together for 3 years, and she's always been interested in the paranormal. She used to practice Wicca in college and calls herself an empath, which means she claims to sense other people's emotions and energies. I've always been skeptical about that stuff, but I respect her beliefs. When she first suggested coming to work with me, I was hesitant to bring her to the school, especially to the pack. But after weeks of me coming home tense and jumpy, she insisted on seeing what was bothering me. That night started like any other. We arrived at 4 p.m., I clocked in, and we began my usual cleaning routine. I saved the pack for last, like always. By about 9:30 p.m., we had worked our way through most of the school and finally headed toward the auditorium. As soon as we walked through those double doors, Amber grabbed my arm. "Whoa," she said quietly. "You weren't kidding." "About what?" I asked, though I already knew. The energy in here is intense. It's not necessarily negative, but it's strong. She was looking around the empty seats like she was trying to spot something in the darkness. I felt a chill run up my spine, but tried to play it cool. "Yeah, well, let's just get this done quickly." We made our way down the aisle toward the stage. The main auditorium wasn't so bad with Amber there. We chatted as I vacuumed between the rows of seats. I started to think maybe I'd been overreacting about the whole thing. Then we headed backstage. The backstage area is a maze of curtains, ropes, and props. There's a hallway that leads to the dressing rooms, tech booth, and that makeup room with the mirrors. As we walked down that hallway, our conversation died out naturally. I could feel Amber tensing up beside me. "The energy is shifting back here," she whispered. "It feels curious about us." I didn't like the way she phrased that. "It's just an old building," I said, not believing my own words. We reached the first dressing room, and I started my routine, emptying trash cans, wiping surfaces, sweeping. Amber stayed close to me, unusually quiet. As I was cleaning, she suddenly gasped and spun around. "Something just brushed against my back," she said, her voice shaking slightly. I looked behind her. The hallway was empty. "Probably just a draft," I suggested, but my heart was racing. We moved on to the tech booth and then the bathrooms. The bathroom closest to the makeup room was always cold, but that night it was freezing. I mean, it felt like stepping into a walk-in freezer. "Was it this cold a minute ago?" Amber asked, rubbing her arms. I shook my head. "The heating in this section is weird, but this is colder than usual." We were standing there discussing the temperature when I first heard them. Tiny, whispering voices. So faint I almost thought it was just the sound of a door squeaking. I looked at Amber to see if she heard it too, but she was still talking about how cold it was. "Shh," I said suddenly. "Do you hear that?" She went silent, listening. I held my breath and made sure I wasn't moving anything that could squeak. There it was again. Whispers, like multiple people talking very quietly, too far away to make out words. It lasted maybe 5 seconds before stopping completely. Amber's face had gone pale. "I heard it," she confirmed. "That wasn't the building." We looked at each other, both trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to leave the rest of the cleaning for tomorrow, but I've never not finished a shift. After a few moments of silence, I took a deep breath. "Let's just finish quickly. The makeup room is last. Then we're done." Amber nodded, but I could tell she was on edge now too. We moved through the remaining rooms as fast as possible. Nothing else happened until we reached the prop storage room across from the makeup room. This room is always cluttered with set pieces and random objects from past performances. As we stepped inside, the temperature plummeted again, even colder than the bathroom had been. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. Amber moved closer to me, shivering. And then, as suddenly as it had dropped, the temperature returned to normal. It wasn't gradual, it was like someone had flipped a switch. 1 second freezing, the next completely normal. "What the hell was that?" I whispered. Amber was looking into the shadowy corner of the room. "Daniel," she said slowly, "there's someone standing over there." I followed her gaze but couldn't see anything except old set pieces and costume racks. "I don't see anyone. It's dark, like a shadow, but person-shaped." Her voice was steady but quiet. "It's watching us." I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. I still couldn't see anything, but the certainty in Amber's voice made my stomach knot with fear. "Let's finish the makeup room and get out of here," I said, trying to sound calmer than I felt. We left the prop room, Amber keeping her eyes on that corner until we were in the hallway. The makeup room was the last stop. Those damn mirrors were waiting for us, creating their endless corridor of reflections. As I pushed the door open, the heaviness I'd felt before was overwhelming. It felt like walking through molasses. Amber must have felt it too, because she hesitated at the threshold. "The presence is stronger in here," she said. "It's agitated." I wanted to turn around and leave, but I also wanted to finish my job and get the hell out of there. I quickly emptied the trash can and started sweeping the floor, keeping my eyes down to avoid looking at the mirrors. Amber stayed in the doorway, unwilling to fully enter the room. As I worked, I could hear her breathing change, becoming faster, more shallow. "Daniel," she said, her voice tight with fear. "It followed us. It's right behind me in the hallway." I looked up and froze. In the infinity of mirror reflections, I thought I saw something. A darker shadow that shouldn't have been there, visible for just a second in the corridor of reflections before vanishing. I blinked, and it was gone. "I'm done," I announced, dropping the broom back into my cart. "We're leaving, now." We practically ran out of the pack, through the school hallways, and back to the main office where I keep my stuff. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely punch out. Amber didn't say much on the drive home, just kept checking the rearview mirror more often than necessary. When we got home, she asked if I had taken any pictures while we were at the school. I remembered I had snapped a few photos of some graffiti I needed to report in the math wing, plus a couple random shots of the auditorium because Amber had wanted to see what it looked like in the daytime. We scrolled through the photos on my phone together. There was nothing unusual in the graffiti pics, but when we got to the auditorium shots, Amber gasped. In one photo of the empty stage, there was a dark, fuzzy shape at the edge of the frame. It could have been a shadow or a smudge on the lens, but it looked disturbingly like a person-shaped figure standing off to the side. But the worst was the last photo. I had taken a quick picture of the grand staircase that leads from the back of the auditorium up to the balcony. In the photo, there's clearly a dark figure coming down the stairs. It's blurry, but you can make out what looks like a person, except it's too dark, like a silhouette with no features. Where the face should be, there's just blackness. I don't have an explanation for what happened that night or what's in those photos. I still go to work every day because I need the job, but I've asked my supervisor to reassign the PC cleaning to the day shift. I told them the night lighting was insufficient for proper cleaning. They didn't buy it, so I'm still cleaning the pack every night. I never go in there alone now. I've convinced one of the other night custodians to always join me for that part of my shift. They think I'm weird about it, but they don't argue. The thing is, I still feel watched every time I'm in there. And sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of something moving in those infinity mirrors, a shadow that doesn't match any of our movements, watching from somewhere in that endless corridor of reflections. I don't know what's happening in that building. I don't know if it's my imagination or if there's really something there. But one thing I know for sure, I'll never look directly into those mirrors again. Story 10. I never believed in ghosts until I started working at the Starlight Cinema in Westport. It's been almost 2 months since I quit, and I still wake up sometimes with my heart racing, thinking I heard someone calling my name. I worked there for 5 years, from 2017 to early 2022, and I'm still trying to make sense of everything that happened. When I first started at Starlight, I was just excited to have a job. I've always loved movies, and the employee discount on popcorn wasn't bad either. The cinema had 6 screens, but screen 4, there was always something off about it. I didn't notice anything weird during my first few months. I was focused on learning the ropes, how to work the till, cleaning procedures between showings where all the supplies were kept. About a year into working there, I started getting this weird feeling whenever I cleaned screen 4 alone. It's hard to describe, like that feeling when you're home alone but suddenly think someone else is in the house with you. The hair on the back of my neck would stand up, and I'd get this overwhelming sensation that someone was watching me. One night after closing, I was wiping down the seats in screen 4. We had to rotate cleaning duties, and I felt it stronger than ever. The massive empty room with its rows of red seats felt suddenly smaller, like someone had stepped into my personal space. I spun around, expecting to see one of my co-workers, but there was nobody there, just the empty screen and the exit signs glowing dimly in the dark. I mentioned it to Andy, our manager, the next day. I was hesitant at first because I didn't want to seem like the weird employee who believed in ghosts, but I casually said, "Screen 4 gives me the creeps sometimes." To my surprise, Andy looked relieved. "I thought I was the only one," he said. "I've been working here for 8 years, and I've always felt something off in there, like I'm being watched. I never said anything because I didn't want people to think I was losing it." That conversation opened the floodgates. Over the next few months, I started noticing more things. When I was sweeping the aisles in screen 4, I'd occasionally see shadows moving across the front of the room near the screen. It looked like someone walking past, but when I turned to look directly at it, there was nobody there. The first few times I convinced myself it was just my own shadow from the cleaning lights we used after hours. But then it happened when I was standing completely still. About a year after that first conversation with Andy, Diane, another manager, mentioned how much she hated being in screen 4 during closing time. We were in the break room, and she just blurted it out after checking the cleaning rota. "I always try to avoid assigning myself to screen 4 at close," she said. "That room feels wrong." I asked her if she'd ever seen anything strange, and she hesitated before telling me about something that had happened a few months before I was hired. "I was closing up alone," she said. "It was around 1 a.m., and I was doing my final checks of all the fire exits. For context, our fire exits had these U-shaped security bars that we'd slide across after locking the doors. They were hefty metal things that we secured with pins. "I'd just finished placing the bar on the fire exit near screen 4, Diane continued. "I walked down the corridor to check the others, and I heard this loud clatter behind me. When I went back to look, the security bar was on the floor. But it wasn't just on the floor right below where it should have been. It had somehow moved halfway up the corridor. According to Diane, there was no way it could have fallen and bounced or rolled that far. The bar was too heavy, and the carpet would have stopped any momentum. Plus, she'd secured it properly with the pin. I almost quit that night," she admitted. "I ran out of the building and called my boyfriend to come pick me up. I couldn't even bring myself to go back inside to clock out." After that conversation, I started hearing more stories from other staff members. It was like once people realized they weren't alone in their experiences, everyone wanted to share. But the next major incident I witnessed directly happened in 2019, about 3 years into my time at Starlight. Andy was closing with 2 of our concession staff, both coincidentally named Josh. We called them Josh M and Josh T to avoid confusion. I was working that night too, helping with the final clean of the screens while they secured the building. I was cleaning screen 6 when I heard shouting from the corridor. I rushed out to find Andy and both Joshes staring at the floor near screen 4's fire exit. The security bar was lying about 10 feet away from the door. "What's going on?" I asked. Andy looked pale. "We just put that bar up," he said. "All 3 of us. Josh M held the door, I placed the bar, and Josh T put in the pin. We walked down to secure screen 5, and when we came back it was like this." Josh T was furious, accusing Josh M of playing a prank. Josh M was equally adamant that he hadn't touched it. They started arguing, and Andy had to step between them. "Let's check the security footage," he suggested. "That'll settle it." The Starlight had CCTV cameras covering all corridors and exits. We went to the manager's office where Andy accessed the system. We all crowded around the small monitor as he rewound to when they were securing the exit. The footage clearly showed all 3 of them placing the bar and walking away. Then, about 30 seconds after they left the frame, the bar simply came off. There was no one else in the corridor. The bar seemed to unhook itself and fly to the side, landing exactly where we'd found it. We all went silent. Josh T was the first to speak. "That's not possible," he whispered. Andy rewound and played it again. Same thing happened. "I'm showing this to Mark tomorrow," Andy said, referring to the cinema's owner. "He's always dismissed the stories about Screen 4. But the next day, when Andy tried to show Mark the footage, it was gone. Not the entire day's footage, just that specific camera for that specific time period. The footage from the other cameras was intact, showing the 3 of them walking down other corridors at the same time. But the crucial footage from the Screen 4 corridor was just missing. That incident shook everyone up. Josh T quit the following week. He didn't even give notice, just sent a text to Andy saying he couldn't work there anymore. Then there was the Amos Ghost, as we started calling it. Amos was one of our projectionists, a tall guy with a really distinctive voice. He had this way of calling people's names where he'd drag out the last syllable. Like he'd call me Charlotte, instead of just Charlotte. The first time it happened to me, I was in the supply closet near screen 4, restocking cleaning supplies. I distinctly heard Amos call Charlotte from somewhere in the corridor. I answered, thinking he needed help with something, but got no response. When I stepped out into the corridor, no one was there. I checked the staff schedule later and discovered Amos hadn't even been working that day. Over the next year, at least 6 other employees reported similar experiences. Hearing Amos call their names when he wasn't in the building, it happened so often that we started joking about it with Amos himself, who found it equally disturbing. "It's not me, I swear," he'd say. "But why would a ghost want to impersonate me specifically?" The most terrifying incident with the Amos ghost happened during a late shift I was working with Rob, one of our newer employees. We were the only 2 people in the building, closing up after the last showing. Amos had left hours earlier. Rob was mopping the floor near screen 4 while I counted the tills in the office. Suddenly I heard Rob scream. I ran out to find him standing frozen in the corridor. The mop dropped at his feet. "I heard Amos," he stammered. "He called my name, clear as day, right in my ear, like he was standing right next to me." I tried to calm him down, explaining about our Amos ghost, but Rob wasn't having it. "I know what I heard," he insisted, "and it wasn't just that. Right after the voice, my radio started making this awful static noise." We all carried radios to communicate during shifts. Rob's radio was clipped to his belt, and as if on cue, it suddenly blasted static at full volume, making us both jump. The static continued for about 10 seconds, then abruptly cut off. When we tried to use it afterward, the radio worked perfectly fine. Rob refused to go back to screen 4 that night. I had to finish the mopping while he waited by the front entrance. He quit 2 days later. The incident seemed to escalate over my last year at Starlight. Doors that we'd locked would be found open the next morning. Cleaning supplies would disappear from one room and reappear in another. The lights in screen 4 would flicker during showings, even after we had electricians check the wiring multiple times. One particularly unsettling pattern emerged with children. Multiple parents complained that their kids would stare at the back corner of screen 4 during movies, sometimes pointing and whispering about the tall man standing there. When staff would check, there was never anyone in the corner. The final straw for me came last January. I was doing inventory in our storage room, which was located behind screen 4. It was around 10 p.m. and most of the other staff were busy with the evening showings. The storage room had those old fluorescent lights that buzzed constantly, and shelves stacked with everything from spare parts to promotional standees. I was counting boxes of 3D glasses when the temperature in the room suddenly dropped. It went from comfortably warm to cold enough that I could see my breath in front of me in a matter of seconds. The fluorescent lights started flickering rapidly. Then I heard it, a whispering sound, like someone trying to tell me something, but not quite able to form the words. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I stood completely still, listening. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, but I still couldn't make out any words. That's when I felt something brush against my arm, like fingers lightly dragging across my skin. I jerked away, knocking over a stack of boxes. The touch had been ice cold, nothing like a human hand. I ran out of that room so fast I almost collided with a customer in the corridor. I must have looked terrified because they asked if I was okay. I mumbled something about not feeling well and went straight to the office, where I sat with my head between my knees, trying not to throw up. I gave my notice the next day, and he didn't even seem surprised. He just nodded and said, "Screen 4." I nodded back, and that was that. Since leaving Starlight, I've done some research into the building's history. The cinema was built in 1982, but before that, the land was part of a larger property that included a small psychiatric facility in the early 1900s. I haven't been able to confirm if Screen 4 specifically sits on the site of the old facility, but the timing of its construction lines up. I still keep in touch with some of my former co-workers. According to them, the strange occurrences haven't stopped. If anything, they've become more frequent. Last month, during a midnight showing in Screen 4, the entire movie stopped mid-scene and the emergency lights came on, despite no power outage affecting the rest of the building. The projector started again on its own about 5 minutes later. I don't know what's haunting Screen 4 at the Starlight Cinema. I don't know why it calls out in Amos's voice or moves security bars or touches people in the storage room. All I know is that I can't explain what happened there, and I'll never set foot in that building again. Sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I still hear someone dragging out the last syllable of my name, and I keep my radio buried at the bottom of a drawer just in case. Sati. Story 11. I've been sitting on this for months now, not really knowing if I should share it with anyone. It's not like I believe in the paranormal or anything like that. I'm actually pretty skeptical about ghost stories and all that stuff. But what happened to me at the Century Cinema where I work, I just can't explain it. I've been working at this old movie theater in our small town for about 3 years now. It's this beautiful, century-old building with ornate moldings, vintage posters, and those classic red velvet seats. Most people in town love it because it's got character, unlike those soulless multiplexes in the city. During the day, it's honestly a pretty great place to work. At night, though. So I mainly work evening shifts, which means I'm often responsible for closing up. Usually, my co-worker Mark and I close together, counting the cash, cleaning up, making sure everything's locked up tight. But this one Tuesday back in January, Mark called in sick halfway through his shift. Nothing serious, just a stomach bug that had been going around. My manager asked if I was okay closing alone, and I said sure. I'd done it before, no big deal. It was a slow night, just a screening of some indie film that only brought in maybe 15 people. After the credits rolled and everyone filed out, I locked the front doors and started my usual closing routine. I always start by cleaning the entry hall, which has this fancy marble flooring that shows every bit of dirt. I plugged in my earbuds, put on some music, and started using the leaf blower we keep around to blow all the popcorn and ticket stubs toward the back where I could sweep it up. The leaf blower is pretty loud, but it's faster than sweeping the whole place. So I'm there, bobbing my head to music, focused on getting all the crud into a pile. That's when I heard it. At first I thought it was just something in the song. You know how sometimes you think you hear a doorbell or a phone ring in music? But I paused the song, and the sound continued, clear as day over the hum of the leaf blower. Footsteps, but not just any footsteps. It was this sharp, pronounced clickety-clack sound, like high heels or boots on the wooden floors of the theater hallway. And they weren't casual steps either. They were purposeful, almost angry. The rhythm reminded me exactly of when my mum used to storm down the hallway when I was in trouble as a kid. That distinct sound of someone who's coming to give you a proper scolding. I switched off the leaf blower immediately. The footsteps continued. Clickety-clack, getting closer to the double doors that separate the entry hall from the main theater hallway. My stomach dropped. I knew I'd locked all the doors. I knew everyone had left. I'd watched them go myself. The steps continued, getting louder, closer to the doors where I was standing. I had this frozen moment of pure fear where I couldn't move. My brain was racing. Maybe someone had hidden in the bathroom. Maybe someone had snuck back in when I wasn't looking. The footsteps stopped right on the other side of those double doors. I don't know what came over me, but I suddenly pushed through the doors, thinking I'd catch whoever was messing with me. The doors swung open, and the sound stopped instantly. The hallway was completely empty. No movement. Nothing. Just the dim emergency lights illuminating the still, empty corridor. I called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" My voice echoed down the hallway. Nothing. I checked every single room, the bathrooms, the storage closets, the screening room itself. I looked behind the counter at the concession stand. Nothing was disturbed. No one was there. The back emergency exit was still alarmed and locked. There was absolutely no way anyone could have been in that hallway. I finished cleaning up as quickly as I could that night, constantly looking over my shoulder. I didn't put my music back on. Every little creak of the old building made me jump. When I finally locked up and left, I practically ran to my car. I didn't tell anyone about it. What was I supposed to say? I heard angry footsteps but couldn't find anyone. People would think I was losing it, so I just kept it to myself and tried to forget about it. For a few months, nothing else happened. I started to think maybe it had been my imagination, or maybe some weird acoustical thing with the building. Old buildings make strange noises all the time, right? Then in April, I was closing with Mark again. It was a Friday night, and we'd had a good crowd for this horror film marathon thing we were doing. Mark was counting the cash in the office, and I was upstairs in the projection room, making sure everything was shut down properly. The projection room is small and cramped, filled with both the old film projector we keep for special screenings and the new digital one we use most of the time. It's at the top of a narrow staircase, and when you're up there, you can't really see the theater below unless you go to the little window. I was just finishing up, checking that everything was powered down, when I heard it. A child's laugh, not like a muffled sound from outside or something distant. It was clear and close, like someone was right behind me. I spun around so fast, I nearly knocked over a film canister. There was no one there, but as I turned, I caught something out of the corner of my eye, just a flash, like someone ducking out of sight. And then I heard what sounded like small footsteps running down the stairs from the projection room. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I rushed to the top of the stairs and looked down, expecting to see, I don't know what, but there was nothing. No one running, no one at the bottom of the stairs, just the empty hallway with its faded carpet. I called out to Mark, trying to keep my voice steady. "Hey, is there someone else in the building?" His voice came from the office, far from the stairs. "No, just us." "Why?" I didn't answer. I just stood there, gripping the railing, staring down at the empty staircase, trying to process what I'd just experienced. There was no way a child could have been up in that projection room with me. No way they could have disappeared so quickly. I finished shutting everything down with shaky hands and went downstairs to meet Mark. He took one look at my face and frowned. "You all right, Jason? You look like you've seen a ghost." I didn't respond right away, but something in my expression must have given me away because Mark's joking smile faded. "You saw something, didn't you?" he asked quietly. I just nodded, not trusting myself to speak yet. Mark sighed and sat down heavily in one of the lobby chairs. "I've seen them too," he said simply. Those 4 words sent a chill down my spine. Not because I believed in ghosts, but because Mark was the most no-nonsense person I knew. He was practical, logical, not the type to make up stories or get spooked easily. We locked up in silence, both lost in our own thoughts. As we started walking home, we live in the same direction, Mark finally told me his story. About 2 years ago, before I started working at the Century, he'd been closing up alone. It was well past midnight, and he was doing his final walkthrough of the building when he saw a child standing in the doorway of the staff room. Not just a shadow or a movement, a full-body apparition of a small child, maybe 6 or 7 years old, wearing what looked like old-fashioned clothes. Mark said he called out, thinking somehow a kid had gotten locked in. When there was no response, he actually ran toward the doorway, and the child simply vanished. Not like someone running away, but like a light being switched off. There 1 second, gone the next. "I've never told anyone that story," Mark said as we reached the corner where our paths separated. "People would think I'm mad. But that place, it's got something in it. I don't know what, but it's there." We agreed to keep our experiences to ourselves. What was the point in telling others? Our manager would either think we were making it up or get worried about rumors affecting business. And honestly, it's not like whatever's in that theater has tried to harm us. It's just There. I still work at the Century Cinema. I still do closing shifts. But now I'm always aware of the sounds around me. I notice when the temperature suddenly drops in certain parts of the building. I catch myself looking twice at movements in the corner of my eye. The thing that gets to me the most is the feeling of being watched. It's strongest in the projection room and near the main stage below the screen. You know that prickly feeling on the back of your neck when someone's staring at you. It's like that, but more intense. Sometimes I'll be completely alone, focusing on some task, and suddenly become absolutely certain that someone is standing right behind me, looking over my shoulder. I've never turned around quickly enough to catch anything more than a shadow or a blur. But I know something's there, or someone. Last week, I was changing the letters on the marquee outside. It was just after sunset and the street was quiet. As I was climbing down the ladder, I glanced through the glass doors into the dimly lit lobby. For just a second, I thought I saw a woman standing near the concession stand, wearing what looked like clothes from another era, maybe the 1940s or 50s. When I blinked, she was gone. I still don't know what to make of any of this. I'm not claiming the Century Cinema is haunted. I don't even know if I believe in ghosts. But something unexplainable is happening there, something I can't rationalize away no matter how hard I try. The clickety-clack of those angry footsteps still echoes in my mind sometimes. I still hear that child's laugh when I'm alone in quiet places. And I still feel those eyes watching me every time I lock up the theater at night. Whatever it is, it's still there, waiting in that century-old building. And sometimes when I'm locking up and the building is dark and silent, I find myself wondering if one night those footsteps won't stop at the door, if instead they'll keep coming, and I'll finally see who's been watching me all this time. Story 12. I've been working at the Havenbrook Theatre for almost 7 years now. It's this beautiful old building from the 1930s. All red velvet seats, ornate moldings, and that distinct smell of old wood and history. I'm the technical director, which means I spend a lot of time alone in that place, especially late at night, programming lighting cues or fixing equipment before shows. My name's Thomas, by the way. I'd heard all the stories about the place being haunted long before I started working there. Every old theatre has ghost stories. It's practically a requirement. Cold spots in the wings, props that mysteriously move between scenes, unexplained footsteps after hours. The usual stuff. To be honest, I never gave it much thought. In all my late nights alone in that building, I'd never seen anything I couldn't explain. Maybe felt a little uneasy at times, but nothing concrete. That all changed about 6 months ago when my daughter Lily started hanging around the theatre more. She's 14 now and getting interested in theatre tech, so I've been teaching her the lighting board and sound system. Turns out, Lily has what you might call a certain sensitivity. The first incident happened on a Tuesday evening in March. We were prepping for a community production of Our Town. Lily was up in the projection booth with me and Greg, our sound guy. We'd been working for hours, and she'd gone downstairs to grab some snacks from the green room. When she came back up, she casually mentioned, "The ghost is down in the green room." I remember laughing it off. "What ghost?" "The lady," she said, completely matter-of-fact, like she was telling me about running into the janitor. I saw something white pass by the auditorium door, so I looked, and she went into the women's dressing room. Greg and I exchanged looks. "Are you sure it wasn't Sarah?" Greg asked, referring to our costume designer who sometimes worked late. "Sarah left an hour ago," I reminded him, "and her car's gone." Lily just shrugged and went back to messing with her phone. To her, it wasn't a big deal, but something about the casualness of it made the hair on my arms stand up. After we finished for the night, I took Lily home, but I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. The next day, I came in early and asked her to show me exactly what she'd seen. She led me down to the main floor, past the auditorium doors. I was coming back with the chips, and I saw something white move past this doorway." She pointed to the main auditorium entrance. "So I looked in, and I could see someone walking toward the dressing rooms. I thought maybe it was one of the actresses who forgot something, so I followed." We walked through the auditorium, down the side aisle, and through the stage left wing to the backstage hallway where the dressing rooms were. "The women's dressing room door was open," she continued, "and when I looked in, there was a lady standing in front of the mirror." I pushed open the dressing room door. It was empty, of course, just a long counter with mirrors and lights, costume racks against the wall. "She was right here," Lily said, putting her hand on the counter in front of the center mirror. "She had this long white dress on, old-fashioned looking, and she was standing right here like she was putting on makeup. But," Lily paused, "but what?" "I could see her in the room, but not in the mirror. The mirror was empty." I felt that cold sensation again, like someone had opened a freezer behind me. "What did you do?" I said, "Excuse me," but she didn't turn around. When I blinked, she was gone. I figured it was the ghost everyone talks about. The matter-of-fact way she described it was almost more unsettling than the story itself. I brushed it off as an active imagination, though part of me wasn't so sure. Lily's never been one for making up stories or seeking attention. About 3 weeks later, we came to see one of the performances of Our Town. It was just the two of us, sitting in the center of row H, my favorite spot in the house. The pre-show announcement had just finished, and the house lights began to dim for the opening scene. In that moment between darkness and the stage lights coming up, Lily grabbed my arm. "Dad," she whispered, "someone's on the stage." "Oh, never mind. It's just her." "What?" I whispered back, squinting toward the stage where I could see nothing but darkness. The lady in the white dress. She was standing center stage, looking right at us. The stage lights came up gradually, revealing an empty stage set with just a few chairs and tables for the first scene. "There's no one there, Lil." "Not anymore. She disappeared when the lights came up." I felt that chill again. I'm not easily spooked, but something about my daughter's certainty made it impossible to dismiss. After the show, I asked her more about what she'd seen. "She was standing right in the center," Lily explained as we walked to the car. "Same dress as before, kind of like a wedding dress but older looking. And she was just looking out at the audience, or maybe at us specifically, I couldn't tell, but she seemed sad." "Sad?" I asked. "Yeah, like really deep down sad. Not crying or anything, just empty." That night, after I dropped Lily at her mom's place, we share custody, I went back to the theater. I told myself I was just checking that everything was locked up, but really, I was curious. I sat alone in row H, staring at the empty stage, trying to see what Lily had seen. Nothing happened, of course, just the usual creaks and settling noises of an old building. I started asking around carefully. I didn't want to freak out the cast or crew, especially with a show running. But I approached a few long-time theatre employees and volunteers, people who'd been around Havenbrook Theatre much longer than me. Martha, who's been selling tickets in the box office for nearly 30 years, wasn't surprised at all by my questions. "Oh, that's just Eliza," she said, not even looking up from her crossword puzzle. "She doesn't bother anyone." "Eliza?" "That's what we call her. Don't know her real name. Story goes she was an actress here back in the 40s, supposedly died the night before her big debut. Some say suicide, some say accident. Theatre people are dramatic. You know how it is. I did know how it was. Theatres collect stories and legends like dust in the rafters, but this felt different somehow. I spoke with Rick next, our elderly stagehand who's been working at Havenbrook since the 70s. "Sure, I've seen her," he said while replacing a light bulb in the green room. "Only twice in 40-some years, though. Once in this very room. She was sitting in that corner chair looking at her hands. Second time was about 15 years ago, late at night. I was locking up and I saw her walking across the stage. Thought it was someone who got left behind, but when I called out, she just faded away. Did you feel scared? I asked him. Rick thought about it, then shook his head. Nah, startled, sure, but not scared. She's just there, part of the place. Over the next few weeks, I collected more stories. The phantom lady in white had been seen by at least a dozen people over the years, always alone, always briefly, and almost always in one of three places: the women's dressing room, the green room, or on stage. Lily saw her twice more. Once in the back hallway near the stage door, just standing there looking out the small window. Another time in the light booth when Lily had come up to bring me coffee. Apparently, the lady in white was sitting in the corner chair watching me work, though I never saw a thing. What's strange is that despite all this, I've never felt threatened in that theatre. Not once. I've spent countless nights there alone, working until 2 or 3 in the morning, and while I sometimes get that feeling of not being completely alone, it's never felt malevolent. If anything, it's more like being in a space where someone else is quietly going about their business, not particularly concerned with yours. Last month, I was programming lights for our summer musical. It was around midnight, and I was alone in the booth. I'd been at it for hours, and my eyes were starting to blur from staring at the light board. I decided to take a break and walk down to the stage to see how the lighting looked from different angles. The theatre was completely silent, except for the hum of the air conditioning. I stood center stage, looking out at the empty house, when suddenly the temperature around me dropped noticeably. Not dramatically, just enough that I noticed the change, like someone had opened a door to the outside on a cool night. "Eliza," I said out loud, feeling slightly ridiculous. "I'm just checking the lights, don't mind me." I don't know why I said it. Maybe all the stories had finally gotten to me. But in that moment, I swear I felt something. Not a touch, not a sound, just a shift in the air around me, like when you can sense someone standing nearby even if you can't see them. I stayed there for maybe another minute, then went back to the booth to finish my work. As I was leaving that night, locking the stage door behind me, I had the strangest urge to say goodnight out loud to the empty building. So I did. 2 weeks ago, something happened that I still can't explain. Lily and I were in the theatre on a Sunday afternoon. The place was closed, but I needed to fix a problem with one of the moving lights before Monday's rehearsal. Lily was sitting in the house reading a book while I was up on a ladder on stage. I heard her call out, "Dad, is there supposed to be a rehearsal today?" "No," I called back, focused on the light I was fixing. "Why?" "Because the piano is playing." I stopped what I was doing immediately. The piano, an old upright that stays in the orchestra pit, was at least 50 feet from where I was working and definitely hadn't been making any noise. "What do you mean?" I asked, coming down the ladder. "I heard the piano playing, just for a few seconds. Then it stopped." I walked over to the orchestra pit and looked at the piano. The cover was down over the keys, exactly as it had been when we arrived. "What did it sound like?" I asked Lily, who had joined me by the pit. She thought for a moment. "Just scales, I think, like someone practicing." I lifted the cover and pressed a few keys. They worked normally, producing the expected sounds. "Maybe it was from outside," I suggested, though I knew the nearest building was too far away for us to hear a piano from there. Lily shook her head. "It came from right here." And then I saw her again. "The lady in white?" "Yeah, she was standing right next to the piano watching someone play. But there wasn't anyone playing, I could just hear it." I felt that now familiar chill run through me. "What happened next?" "She looked up at me, right at me, Dad, and she smiled a little. Then both the music and her just stopped." We finished up quickly after that and left. On the drive home, Lily asked me if I was scared of the ghost. I thought about it honestly before answering. "No," I said finally. "I'm not scared of her. I'm more curious, I guess. Me too, Lily said. She feels sad, but not scary, like she's missing something. The next day, I did some research on the history of Havenbrook Theatre. It took some digging through local newspaper archives, but I eventually found something that might explain Our Lady in White. In 1943, a young actress named Elizabeth Carlyle was set to make her debut as the lead in a production of Romeo and Juliet. According to the newspaper, she never made it to opening night. She was found in the women's dressing room the morning of the performance. The article didn't specify a cause of death, just that it was unexpected and tragic. A follow-up article a few days later mentioned that Elizabeth had been troubled following her fiancé's death in the war, but stopped short of calling it suicide. There was a photo with the article, grainy and aged, but clear enough to show a young woman in a light-colored dress, her expression serious and a little sad. I showed the article to Lily, careful not to scare her. She studied the photo for a long time. "That's her?" she said finally. "That's the lady I've been seeing." I don't know what to make of all this. I'm not someone who believed in ghosts. Not really, but I can't explain what Lily has seen or the experiences others have had in that building. And I can't deny that something about that space feels occupied sometimes, like you're never quite alone, even when you are. Last night, I was closing up after a late rehearsal. Everyone else had gone home, and I was doing my final walkthrough, checking that all the doors were locked and lights were off. As I passed the women's dressing room, I paused. The door was ajar, and for some reason I felt compelled to look inside. The room was dark, except for a sliver of light from the hallway. I almost turned away, but then I noticed something, a faint, almost imperceptible scent of perfume, old-fashioned like lavender, and something else I couldn't place. It was just there for a second, then gone. I stood frozen in the doorway, eyes adjusting to the darkness, not daring to move. "Elizabeth," I said softly, surprising myself. "Eliza." Nothing happened. No response, no sudden appearance, no dramatic temperature drop. Just silence and darkness. But as I turned to leave, I could have sworn I heard the softest sigh right next to my ear, like someone had been standing right beside me all along. I haven't told Lily about that yet. I'm not sure what to tell her or what to think myself. What I do know is that Havenbrook Theatre has been standing for nearly a century, filled with dreams and disappointments, triumphs and tragedies. Maybe some of those emotions, those experiences, leave an imprint that sensitive people like my daughter can perceive. All I know for certain is that the next time I'm alone in that theatre late at night, I won't feel alone at all. And somehow, that thought doesn't frighten me nearly as much as it probably should. Story 13. I can't believe I'm finally writing this. It's been almost 15 years, but what happened that night at Westfield Theatre still gives me chills when I think about it. I've read so many of your experiences on here and figured it's time to share mine. Back in 2007, I was 24 and part of this small indie theatre group called the Wonderlights. We were basically a bunch of drama school graduates too stubborn to give up on our dreams, performing wherever we could get space. That summer, we'd managed to secure the historic Westfield Theatre for our production of The Glass Menagerie. The place was built in the 1930s and had this amazing Art Deco interior, but it was also known locally for being haunted. When we first started rehearsing there, our director, Marcus, kind of laughed off the ghost stories. "All old theatres have ghost stories," he'd say. "It's part of the charm." But weird things started happening almost immediately. Scripts would disappear from where we'd left them, only to reappear in completely different places. Lights would flicker during certain scenes. Once, a heavy sandbag just dropped from the rigging when no one was near the controls. We mostly brushed it off as theatre weirdness. Old buildings make noise, stage hands misplace things, wiring gets faulty. The usual explanations. But deep down, I think we all felt something was off about Westfield. The night it happened, the night I still can't explain, was July the 17th. We had a tech rehearsal scheduled to run late because we were opening in 3 days and still had lighting cues to nail down. The theatre was this massive 3-story building with the main stage on the ground floor, offices on the second floor, and a bar event space on the third that we sometimes used for rehearsals when the main stage was being prepped. That night, around 11 p.m., our lighting director was having issues with the main stage rig, so Marcus suggested I take Jen and Ryan upstairs to the bar area to work on our Act 2 scene while they sorted it out. The bar was closed to the public that night, but we had access as part of our rental agreement. The third floor had this weird layout. The main bar area was this open space with high ceilings and windows overlooking the street. At the back, there was a heavy velvet curtain that separated the bar from a storage area. The curtain was this deep burgundy color and hung from ceiling to floor, probably to hide all the boxes and extra furniture they kept back there. Jen, Ryan and I ran through our scene a couple times, but Ryan kept forgetting his blocking. I remember being irritated because it was late and I was tired. After the third run-through, Jen went to the bathroom and Ryan stepped out to call his girlfriend. I stayed behind to review my lines. The bar area was dimly lit. We'd only turned on a few of the overhead lights to save energy. I was sitting at one of the tables facing the curtain, marking up my script with a pencil, when I felt this sudden drop in temperature. I remember thinking it was weird, because it was July, and the AC wasn't even running. Marcus had complained earlier about how stuffy the building was, with the old system turned off for maintenance. I glanced up from my script and froze. The curtain was moving. Not like when air blows through and it ripples slightly. This was different. There was a human-shaped bulge pushing through it from the other side, like someone standing behind it and pressing their body against the fabric. At first, I thought it was Ryan trying to scare me, so I called out, "Very funny. You're supposed to be running lines, not playing games." But there was no answer, and the shape didn't move or laugh or respond in any way. The silhouette was tall, taller than Ryan, and distinctly male in form. Broad shoulders, narrow hips, and it just stood there, pressing against the curtain without moving forward or backward. I could make out the shape of a head, shoulders, torso, and legs. It was so clearly a person that for a moment I wasn't even scared, just confused. "Hello?" I called out, thinking maybe it was one of the theatre staff or custodians. Still no answer. The figure remained completely still for what felt like forever, but was probably only about 15 seconds. Then, slowly, it started to back away, the curtain gradually returning to its flat, hanging position. The whole thing happened in complete silence. I sat there, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest. The temperature in the room seemed to drop another few degrees. I remember my hands were shaking so badly I dropped my pencil, and the small clatter it made against the wooden floor seemed deafening in the silence. When Jen came back, I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost, which I guess I had, because she immediately asked if I was okay. I told her what happened, and she suggested we check behind the curtain. "Maybe someone's messing with you," she said, but I could tell by her voice she didn't really believe that. We walked over to the curtain together. I remember my legs feeling like they were filled with cement. Jen pushed the curtain aside, and we peered into the storage area. It was cluttered with boxes, broken chairs, and other junk, but completely empty of people. The only way out of the storage area was through a fire exit door, which had one of those alarm bars that would trigger if opened. Ryan came back a few minutes later, and we told him what happened. He immediately wanted to debunk it and started inspecting the curtain, looking for wires or fans or anything that could explain the movement. There was nothing. We decided to go find Marcus. We took the stairs down to the main theatre where he was still working with the lighting director. When I told him what happened, I expected him to dismiss it, but instead, he got this serious look on his face. "Was anyone else in the building tonight?" I asked. Just us and the cleaning crew, but they left hours ago, Marcus said. I've got the keys to lock up. Could it have been the air conditioning? Ryan suggested. It's been off all day, the lighting director replied. That's why it's so damn hot in here. We all went back upstairs to check things out. Marcus examined the storage area thoroughly, even moving boxes around to see if someone could be hiding. Nothing. He checked the fire exit. The alarm was still armed, and there was dust on the push bar, undisturbed. No one had used it. I couldn't shake how clearly human the shape had been. This wasn't some ambiguous movement that could be explained away as shadows or imagination. Someone had been standing on the other side of that curtain. The rest of that night's rehearsal was a wash. None of us could focus, especially me. Marcus decided to call it early, around midnight, but before we left, the lighting director, who'd been at Westfield for years with different productions, told us about the theatre's history. Apparently, in the 1950s, a stagehand named Thomas had fallen from the catwalk above the main stage and died. Since then, staff and performers had reported seeing a tall male figure wandering the building, particularly the third floor where he supposedly liked to watch rehearsals. There were stories about props going missing, lights turning on and off, and cold spots throughout the building. He's harmless, the lighting director assured us. Just curious, I think. Likes to be part of the show. That should have been comforting, but it wasn't. I couldn't stop thinking about the deliberate way the figure had pressed against the curtain, like it wanted me to notice it, like it wanted me to know it was there, watching me. The next day, I came in early for rehearsal. I don't know why, but I found myself going straight to the third floor. The bar area looked different in daylight, less ominous, more shabby. I stood in front of the curtain, feeling stupid but determined. Look, I said out loud, I know you're here, and you're freaking me out. If you're Thomas, the others say you're okay, but please stop with the curtain thing. It's creepy as hell. I felt ridiculous talking to an empty room, but also strangely better, like I'd taken some control back. For the next few days of rehearsal, nothing major happened. A few minor things. My script pages got rearranged. My water bottle moved from where I'd left it, but no more curtain incidents. It was almost like, by acknowledging the presence, I'd established some boundaries. Our opening night was 3 days after the curtain incident. Everything was going surprisingly well until the middle of Act 2. There's this moment where Laura, Jen's character, is supposed to hand Tom, Ryan's character, a glass unicorn from her collection. It's a crucial prop that gets broken later as a symbol of Laura's fragility. Jen went to pick up the unicorn from the table where it had been sitting throughout the entire act. I'd seen it there myself during my scene just minutes earlier, but it was gone. Not just misplaced or knocked over, but completely missing. Jen improvised brilliantly, miming the handover, and the audience probably didn't notice, but backstage was chaos during intermission. "It was right there," Jen kept saying. "I checked it before the act started." We tore the stage apart looking for it, but the glass unicorn had vanished. Marcus was about to send someone to fetch our backup prop when one of the ushers came backstage holding the missing unicorn. "Found this in the third row," she said, looking confused. "Middle seat." That was impossible. The unicorn had been on stage, on a table that no actor had gone near until Jen's scene. There was absolutely no way it could have ended up in the audience, unless someone had thrown it, which would have been noticed, or it had somehow moved on its own. Ryan joked that Thomas was enjoying the show from the audience, but nobody laughed. After that night, I started talking to Thomas whenever I felt that familiar watched feeling. Just casual stuff like, "Hope you enjoyed the show tonight," or "The lighting looks good, don't you think?" I know it sounds crazy, but it seemed to work. The strange incidents became less frequent, at least around me. Others in the company weren't so accepting. Our stage manager quit after claiming she saw a man standing in the wings during a performance, only to disappear when she approached. Another actor refused to use the dressing room closest to the stage because it would get inexplicably cold, even on the hottest summer days. What's even stranger is that as our run continued, I started hearing stories from the venue staff about different entities in the building. Apparently, Thomas wasn't the only ghost at Westfield. There were rumors of a more malevolent presence, something that lurked in the basement and occasionally ventured upstairs when the building was nearly empty. The bartender told me once that Thomas sometimes appeared to chase off this other entity, like he was protecting the theater and those who worked there. I never experienced this darker presence myself, thank God. But there were nights when the atmosphere in the building felt heavy and oppressive, like the air before a thunderstorm. On those nights, the usual little annoyances, missing props, flickering lights, would stop completely. It was as if even Thomas was lying low. We finished our 6-week run at Westfield without any other major incidents. A lot of what happened could be explained away: theatrical chaos, old building quirks, overactive imaginations fueled by ghost stories and exhaustion. But I've never been able to explain that figure behind the curtain, the distinctly human shape that stood watching me for those terrifying seconds before backing away into nothing. I've performed in other haunted venues since then, experienced the usual odd sounds and theatrical superstitions, but nothing has ever come close to my summer at Westfield. Sometimes I wonder if Thomas is still there, watching other performers, occasionally making his presence known by moving a prop or creating a cold spot. Part of me hopes he is. Better him than whatever else might be lurking in that building. Story 14. I guess it all started after my mom died. I was only 9 when she was killed in a car accident. Everything kind of fell apart after that. My sister Karen and I moved in with our dad, while my younger sisters went to live with my stepdad. Dad tried his best, but he was struggling too. When I was in high school, we moved into this small 3-bedroom house. It wasn't anything special, just a modest place with a basement, but something felt off about it from day one. The basement was the worst part. It had this door with a chain lock on the outside, which seemed weird as hell to me. Who locks a basement door from the outside? What were they trying to keep down there? The first week we lived there, my cat Mittens, I know, not the most original name, started acting super weird. She absolutely refused to go into Karen's bedroom, like she would literally plant her feet at the doorway and yowl if you tried to push her in. This was the same cat that would follow me everywhere, even to the bathroom, but she would not set foot in that room. Then there was this one night when I was doing homework in my bedroom with the door closed. Mittens was with me, lying on the bed. All of a sudden, she jumped up, her fur standing on end, and started frantically scratching at the door. I'd never seen her act like that before. She was meowing so loudly and desperately, I thought something was seriously wrong with her. When I opened the door, she bolted out like something was chasing her. I followed her down the hallway and found her hiding under the couch, shaking. She wouldn't come out for hours. The scariest thing happened about a month after we moved in. Karen and I had bedrooms that connected with a door between them. One night, we were both in our rooms with the connecting door open. I was listening to music and Karen was reading or something. It was completely calm, no windows open, no fans on, nothing that could cause a draft. Then, out of nowhere, that connecting door slammed shut. Not just closed, it slammed with enough force that pictures fell off my wall. Karen and I both screamed. We met in the hallway, and neither of us had touched the door. We ended up sleeping in the living room that night. Then I did something stupid, really stupid. Some friends came over when my dad was working a late shift. We were bored, and someone suggested we try a Ouija board. Look, I know how this sounds. I was a dumb teenager who didn't know any better. We used it for maybe 15 minutes before everyone got too freaked out. The planchette kept moving to no and goodbye, no matter what we asked. We put it away and tried to laugh it off, but I had this cold, sick feeling in my stomach. Within a week, the chain on the basement door was ripped off, not unlocked, ripped off the door. The wood had these deep gouges in it, like something had clawed its way out. Dad blamed vandals, but all our doors were locked that night, and nothing else in the house was touched. The morning after that, Karen woke up to find her entire bedroom floor covered in nuts, like walnuts, pecans, almonds, a mix of all kinds of nuts scattered everywhere. They were even in her bed and in her dresser drawers. Dad accused us of playing a prank, but neither of us would have wasted money on that many nuts, and we both swore we had nothing to do with it. We never figured out where they came from or how they got there. Things got rough at home after that. Dad was drinking more, and Karen and I were fighting all the time. Eventually, I moved in with my stepdad and younger sisters. I thought I'd be leaving the weird stuff behind, but it followed me. My bedroom was in the basement of my stepdad's house. I had the whole downstairs to myself, which seemed cool at first, but then I started hearing footsteps overhead when I was home alone. Distinct footsteps, like someone walking from the kitchen to the living room and back. I'd go upstairs to check and the house would be completely empty. Sometimes I'd see shadows moving at the corner of my vision, but when I turned on lights or looked directly at them, there'd be nothing there. I graduated high school and moved into an apartment with my boyfriend Ben. Things were normal for a while, and I started to think maybe I'd imagined all the weird stuff or exaggerated it in my mind. Then I got pregnant with our daughter, Gidler. It's a nickname that stuck. Long story. That's when things started up again. Doors would close by themselves, not violently like before, but they'd slowly swing shut when there was no draft. I'd hear whistling sometimes, like someone was whistling a tune from another room, but Ben would be at work and I'd be alone. Ben never experienced any of it and thought I was just being paranoid because of the pregnancy hormones. After Gidler was born, things got more intense. She started talking early, around 18 months, and she'd have these conversations with someone she called Nene. We didn't know anyone by that name, and we figured it was just an imaginary friend. But she'd laugh and point at empty corners of the room, saying, "Nene funny," or wake up in the middle of the night saying, "Nene scared me." One morning I made breakfast for Ben before he left for work. I put the leftover eggs and bacon on a plate on the stove and went to take a shower. When I came back, the burner was on high and the food was burning. Ben had already left, and I know I turned off that burner. I always double-check because I'm paranoid about house fires. There's no way I left it on. When Gidler was about 3, we moved to a house in a different neighborhood. We needed more space, and honestly, I was hoping a new place would mean leaving the strange occurrences behind. For a while it worked. The first year in that house was peaceful. I even started to relax a bit. Then I got pregnant with our second daughter. Almost immediately, the activity started again. I'd hear stomping in the attic, like heavy footsteps pacing back and forth. Our attic is just storage space with no proper floor, definitely not somewhere anyone could walk around. Doors would close themselves again. Battery-operated toys would suddenly activate in the middle of the night, with no one touching them. The worst incident happened when our second daughter was about 4 months old. I had put her down for a nap and was in the kitchen cleaning up. I heard her crying over the baby monitor, so I started heading to her room. Then I heard a soft, distinctly adult voice say, "Hello," followed by shushing sounds. My blood turned to ice. I sprinted to her room, terrified of what I might find. When I got there, she was alone in her crib. She had obviously been crying, her cheeks were still wet with tears, but she had her pacifier in her mouth and was quieting down. Here's the thing. She was too young to put her own pacifier back in. She didn't have the coordination for that yet, and I was the only adult in the house. I grabbed her and ran out of the house. I sat in my car with her for nearly an hour, calling Ben repeatedly until he finally answered and came home from work. He thought I was having some kind of breakdown. He checked the entire house, attic to basement, and found nothing out of the ordinary. No signs of an intruder, no explanation for the voice I heard. It's been 3 years since that incident, and things still happen regularly. Objects disappear and reappear in different places. We hear knocking on walls and ceilings. Both girls talk about seeing a shadow person in their rooms at night. Ben thinks I'm overreacting to normal house noises and that I'm influencing the girls with my paranoia. He refuses to consider that anything supernatural could be happening. But I know what I've experienced. I've heard it, seen it, felt it. What scares me most isn't just that something seems to be attached to me or my family. It's that whatever this is seems to be getting bolder around my children. That voice I heard in the baby's room wasn't threatening, but the fact that it was interacting with my infant daughter terrifies me. What are its intentions? Why has it followed me through different homes for all these years? I don't know what to do anymore. I can't move again. We can't afford it, and Ben wouldn't agree to it anyway. I've tried sage prayers, telling whatever it is to leave us alone. Nothing works. Sometimes it'll quiet down for a few weeks, and I'll start to hope it's gone, but it always comes back. Last night, I was awakened by Gidla, now 6, standing beside my bed. She said, "Mum, Nenny says she knew your mum. She says she's sorry about the accident. I never told Gidla how my mother died. I haven't been able to go back to sleep since. I don't know if this thing is trying to frighten us or if it's trying to communicate something important. I just want to understand why it won't leave us alone. And most of all, I want to know how to protect my children from whatever this is, because I'm starting to think it doesn't just want to watch us anymore." Story 15. I still don't know what we saw that evening. It's been 13 years, and sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking about it. When I close my eyes, I can still see that figure standing motionless in the street, watching us. I've never told this story publicly before, but I need to get it out. This happened in November 2010. I was 10 years old, and we lived in this small suburban neighborhood called Long Branch. It was one of those places with only one way in and out, surrounded by dense woods and metal fencing. The kind of neighborhood where everyone knows everyone, and kids could still ride bikes until dark without parents freaking out too much. That evening, me, my little brother Sam, he was 8, and our friends Kaylee, 12, and Tyler, 9, were riding our bikes up and down the street. It was that weird time between day and night, not fully dark yet, but the streetlights had just come on. It was chilly, and I remember wearing this puffy blue jacket that made swooshing sounds when I moved my arms. We were just messing around, racing each other and doing stupid tricks. I remember the specific smell in the air, that cold, damp smell when fallen leaves start rotting. Sam had just gotten a new bike with reflectors on the wheels, and he kept riding through puddles to splash us. That's when Tyler stopped suddenly, and we all nearly crashed into him. "Look over there," he said, pointing down the street. At first, I couldn't see what he was pointing at. Then I noticed movement near the corner where our street bent around. Something dark was moving back and forth across the road. We all froze, watching it. The figure was hunched over, almost crawling, but not quite touching the ground. My first thought was that it was a hurt animal, maybe a deer or something. But then I noticed how the thing it was wearing moved, like fabric, like a coat or something, billowing slightly, even though there wasn't much wind. "What is that?" Sam whispered. None of us answered. We just kept watching. Then headlights appeared as Mrs. Peterson's minivan turned onto our street. The figure, whatever it was, suddenly darted to the side of the road, crouching low in the shadows until the car passed. It moved so fast, unnaturally fast, not like a person would move. That's when the cold feeling started in my stomach. Something was very wrong. "I'm going to tell Mom," I said, dropping my bike on the lawn and running inside our house. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Mom was in the kitchen making dinner. I can still smell the spaghetti sauce she was stirring. "Mom, "Mom, there's something weird outside," I was practically yelling. She put down her spoon, looking annoyed. "What are you talking about?" "There's someone on the street. It's like crouching and walking weird." She sighed and followed me to the front door. From our porch, you could see down most of the street. Mom squinted into the growing darkness. "I don't see anything," she said. "Just you kids and your bikes." "But it's right there." I pointed frantically toward where the figure had been pacing. And it was there. I could still see it, clear as day, now standing completely still at the side of the road. But Mom shook her head. "Stop making things up. Come in when it gets dark," she said, going back inside. That's when the real fear set in. How could she not see it? It was right there. I went back to where the others were waiting. They were all staring at the figure which hadn't moved. "Mom says she can't see it," I told them, my voice shaking. "What? How?" Tyler asked. "It's right there." Kaylee, being the oldest, straightened her shoulders. "Let's go check it out." "Are you crazy?" Sam whispered. "We'll stay on our bikes," she said. "If anything happens, we can ride away fast." I didn't want to go, but I also didn't want to be the only one who stayed behind. So we all slowly pedaled toward the figure, staying close together. As we got closer, I could feel my heart trying to burst out of my chest. My hands were sweating, even though it was cold, and they kept slipping on the handlebars. About 5 houses away we stopped. The figure was just standing there. It wasn't moving anymore. It was watching us. I'm sure of it, even though I couldn't see its face. It looked like a man, but something was off. It was short, maybe 5'5", wearing what looked like a floor-length black coat with a hood pulled up. The hood completely covered its face, casting it in shadow even under the streetlight. The coat reached all the way to the ground. I couldn't see feet. The figure wasn't transparent or ghostly. It was solid, but something about it just felt wrong. Like it didn't belong here. Like it wasn't human. Kaylee, braver than the rest of us, moved her bike a little closer. We were maybe 5 feet away from it now. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice cracking slightly. The figure moved its head slightly, turning toward her voice, but it didn't answer. It didn't make any sound at all. Then it shifted its weight, like it was about to move toward us. "Go! Go! Go!" Kaylee suddenly screamed, and we all turned our bikes around, pedaling as hard as we could back toward our houses. I've never biked so fast in my life. My legs were burning, and I could hear Sam crying behind me. I didn't look back until I reached our driveway, and when I did, the figure was gone, completely vanished. There was nowhere it could have gone so quickly, no houses it could have entered, no cars it could have gotten into. It was just gone. We all huddled in my garage, shaking and trying to make sense of what we'd seen. "Did you see its face?" Tyler kept asking. None of us had. The hood had been pulled too low. "Why couldn't your mom see it?" Kaylee asked me. I had no answer. That was the most terrifying part. We started calling it Danny after that day. I don't know why. It just seemed less scary to give it a name. Like it made the whole thing more normal somehow. "Did you see Danny today?" became our code phrase for the next few weeks as we nervously rode our bikes, always staying close to our houses and never staying out as late as we used to. But we never saw it again. At least, not directly. Strange things started happening in Long Branch after that night, though. About a week later, Mr. Collins, who lived at the end of our street, committed suicide in his garage. The police cars and ambulance lights flashed through my bedroom window all night. I overheard my parents whispering that it was completely unexpected and that he'd seemed perfectly normal just the day before. Then Mrs. Wilson, who lived alone in the blue house with all the bird feeders, was attacked in her home. Someone or something had broken in and left her badly hurt. She moved away after that, and her house stayed empty for years. I started researching Long Branch's history after these incidents. Our neighborhood had a dark past. It was built in the 1950s, but the land it sits on was notorious until 1918, for something the library records were vague about. In the 1970s, there were rumors about cults and suspicious activities in the woods surrounding our neighborhood. I think someone messed with something they shouldn't have. Something beyond our understanding. And I think they left Danny to wander those dark woods forever, occasionally crossing through our neighborhood. What haunts me most isn't just what we saw. It's the questions that remain. Why couldn't my mum see it? Where did it come from, and where did it go? Our neighborhood had only one entrance, and it was surrounded by forest and that metal fencing. Sometimes, when I visit my parents, I find myself staring down that street at dusk, half expecting to see that hunched figure pacing back and forth again. I never go back to Long Branch after dark. I can't. The memory of that black coat, the way it moved, the complete silence. It's burned into my mind. I've tried to convince myself it was just kids playing a prank or some homeless person who wandered into our neighborhood. But deep down I know better. Whatever we saw that evening wasn't human. The way it moved, the fact that adults couldn't see it, how it vanished completely, none of it makes sense. My brother Sam refuses to talk about it. He says he's forgotten the whole thing, but I know he hasn't. I've heard him wake up from nightmares, calling out about the man in the black coat. Tyler moved away the following year. Only Kaylee and I still talk about it sometimes, trying to make sense of what we experienced. I'm 23 now, living in a different city, but I still get that cold feeling in my stomach when I think about Danny. I still check dark corners before I enter a room. I still can't wear hooded jackets or coats. And sometimes when I'm driving at dusk and see something move in my peripheral vision, my whole body goes rigid with fear. I know how this sounds. I know most people reading this will think it was just kids with overactive imaginations. Maybe it was. But it doesn't explain why my mom couldn't see what was clearly there, or why those terrible things happened in our neighborhood right after. Whatever it was, I hope it stays in Long Branch. I hope it stays far away from me and everyone I care about. Because sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if Danny is still out there, pacing back and forth, waiting for someone else to approach and ask, "Who are you?" And I wonder what would have happened if we'd stayed to hear the answer. Story 16. I'm not sure if anyone will believe me, but I need to get this off my chest. This has been going on for 8 years now, and I'm scared for my kids. It all started when I was 18. Me and 3 friends decided to mess around with a Ouija board in my parents' house in Swindon. Nothing special about the place. Just a regular 3-bedroom, semi-detached, where I'd lived most of my life. We were bored, it was raining, and Sophie had bought this Ouija board from some charity shop. Looking back, I wish we'd just watched a movie instead. We set everything up in the living room while my parents were out for dinner. Candles, lights off, the whole cliché setup. At first, nothing happened, just us giggling and accusing each other of moving the planchette. But about 20 minutes in, the temperature dropped. I remember getting goosebumps all over my arms. Then we all felt it, like someone was standing behind us, watching. Sophie swore she felt something brush against her hair. We freaked out and decided to say goodbye to whatever we might have contacted. To be honest, I think we were all relieved to pack it away. I didn't think much of it until about a week later. I was home alone when I heard this almighty crash from the basement. When I went to check, the chain lock on the door had been completely ripped off the wall. Not just unscrewed, the screws were still in the metal plate, but the whole thing had been yanked out of the door frame, leaving these deep gouge marks in the wood. I called my dad right away, thinking someone had broken in, but nothing was missing, and all the windows were locked from the inside. The next night, my sister screamed from her bedroom. When we ran in, her entire floor was covered in nuts, like actual nuts, walnuts, hazelnuts, almonds, hundreds of them scattered everywhere. We had some in the kitchen cupboard, but nowhere near this many. My sister refused to sleep in there for days. After that, things escalated. Objects would move when no one was looking. We'd hear footsteps on the stairs when everyone was accounted for. My mum kept blaming the house settling or the neighbours, but I knew it wasn't that. When I moved in with my stepdad a few months later, I thought I'd leave it all behind. His place was smaller, just a 2-bedroom house with a converted basement that became my bedroom. But whatever it was, followed me there. The basement bedroom was the worst. I'd be alone in the house, lying in bed, and hear footsteps directly above me, like someone pacing back and forth in the kitchen. I'd go up to check and find nothing. Once I was so certain someone had broken in that I called the police. They searched the whole house and found nothing, looked at me like I was crazy. Then the shadows started. At first, just glimpses out of the corner of my eye. But one night, my friend Jess was staying over. We were chatting in bed with just my small lamp on when we both saw it. A dark, human-shaped figure standing at the entrance to my sleeping area. It was solid black, about 6 feet tall, just watching us. I hit the main light switch and it vanished. Jess refused to stay over after that. I started sleeping with the lights on. I'd wake up at 3:27 a.m. almost every night with this horrible feeling of being watched. My stepdad thought I was being dramatic, but I'd see his face change when he'd come downstairs and find it freezing cold despite the heating being on. After I graduated, I moved in with my boyfriend Ben. We got a small 1-bedroom apartment, and for a few months everything was normal. I thought maybe it was tied to my family homes, not to me. Then I got pregnant, and it all started again. Ben would be at work, and I'd hear the front door open and close, footsteps in the hallway, then nothing. One time I was in the shower and heard clear whistling from the kitchen, this specific tune I couldn't place. I wrapped myself in a towel and ran out to find no one there, but all the cabinet doors were open. After our daughter Lily was born, things got weirder. She started talking early, around 15 months, and would have these conversations with someone she called Nene. She'd laugh and point at empty corners. We thought it was just an imaginary friend. The scariest thing in that apartment happened when I was cooking dinner. I put some oil in a pan and turned away to chop vegetables. Ben was working late. When I turned back, the oil was smoking. The burner had been turned to high when I'd set it to medium. The knob had physically rotated. I was standing right there and didn't do it. We moved to a house when Lily was almost 3, a new build, nothing old or creepy about it. I thought maybe a fresh start in a place with no history would help. For a while, it seemed better. Then I got pregnant with our second daughter, Mia. That's when it got worse than ever before. I'd hear stomping in the attic, but we don't have an accessible attic space. Doors would shut on their own. Not just swing closed, but firmly latch. Lily's toys would go off in the middle of the night, her talking teddy saying phrases when no one was near it. Ben started working longer hours, and I think he was partly avoiding coming home. He's always been skeptical, telling me it's just the house settling or my hormones or lack of sleep with a newborn. After Mia was born, he suggested maybe I should talk to someone about postpartum anxiety, but I know what I'm experiencing is real. Last night was the worst of all. Mia is 4 months old now. She was asleep in her crib in our room. I was downstairs washing bottles when I heard her crying through the baby monitor. As I was about to head upstairs, I heard a soft "hello" through the monitor, followed by shushing sounds. A voice that wasn't Ben's. He was working late again. I ran upstairs and burst into the bedroom. Mia wasn't crying anymore. She was lying there with tear-stained cheeks, but her pacifier was in her mouth. The pacifier that had been on the nightstand when I put her down. She's 4 months old. She can't reach out of her crib, grab her pacifier and put it back in her mouth. Someone or something had done it for her. I grabbed her and Lily and sat in the car with the doors locked until Ben came home. He checked the house, found nothing, and suggested maybe the baby monitor was picking up interference from a neighbor's monitor. But I know what I heard. And it wasn't electronic interference. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm exhausted from constantly being on edge. Ben thinks I'm overreacting, but I'm not imagining this. Whatever started with that stupid Ouija board 8 years ago is still with me, and now it seems interested in my children. The most terrifying thought keeps me up at night. What if it doesn't want to harm the girls? What if it wants to care for them instead, by removing me from the picture? Sometimes I catch Lily whispering to Nene about Mommy being tired or sad. Last week I found a drawing she made of our family, me, Ben, her and Mia, but there was another figure too, a tall dark one standing behind us. I've tried sage, crystals, prayers, nothing works. Ben won't let me bring in a medium or priest because he thinks that would just feed into my delusion. I've started documenting everything, setting up my phone to record at night. Mostly it catches nothing, but twice now I've picked up whispering too faint to make out. Last night, after the incident with Mia, I set up my phone again. This morning I checked the recording and around 3:27 a.m., that same time I used to wake up in my stepdad's house. There's a clear sound of my rocking chair moving in the corner of our bedroom. Back and forth, for almost 10 minutes. No one was sitting in it. I'm writing this with Mia asleep on my chest and Lily napping beside me on the sofa. I'm terrified to close my eyes. I've started wondering if we should move again, maybe even leave Swindon altogether. But what if it just follows us again? What if it's attached to me, or worse, attached to my children now? The worst part is feeling so alone in this. Having people think you're making it up or losing your mind. I know what I've experienced. Whatever this thing is, it's been with me for 8 years now. Watching, waiting, and I'm afraid it's getting bolder. When I put Mia down for her nap earlier, I swear I heard that same soft hello again right behind me. When I spun around, nothing was there. But the room was ice cold, and on the baby monitor screen, for just a second, I thought I saw a dark figure leaning over her crib. Story 17. I've never told anyone outside my family about what happened that night when I was 13. I'm 29 now, and I still can't explain it. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and I absolutely refuse to be outside alone at night without some kind of light source. Call it irrational if you want, but after what I experienced, I know better. I grew up in Bradford, this tiny rural town where everyone knows each other's business. My best friend Sarah lived next door to me since we were both 5. Our houses were these old farmhouses with big yards that backed up to a small patch of woods. The forest wasn't particularly deep. You could actually see houses on the other side if you looked hard enough, but to us kids it might as well have been the Amazon. Sarah's mom, Jessica, was this vibrant, fun-loving woman who always seemed so carefree. She was the kind of mom who'd let us bake cookies at midnight or build blanket forts in the living room when my own mom would have said no. She loved summer nights especially, always sitting out on their screened-in porch with iced tea, watching fireflies. Their house had this distinctive layout. The screened porch connected to an open deck with stairs that led right down to those woods I mentioned. Like most kids, Sarah and I were terrified of the dark. We'd make our parents check under our beds and leave nightlights on. Jessica and my mum would always reassure us there was nothing to be afraid of, that monsters weren't real. That's what makes what happened so much worse. Sarah's mum knew better. She'd been lying to us. It was the summer I turned 13 when everything changed. Sarah and I were having one of our typical sleepovers at her house. We'd spent the day swimming at the local pool, and we were sunburned and exhausted, but still pumping ourselves full of sugar and planning to stay up all night watching horror movies, which, in retrospect, probably didn't help what happened later. Around midnight, Sarah's mum came into the living room where we'd set up our sleeping bags. Instead of telling us to turn off the TV like she normally would, she sat down on the edge of the couch. I remember she looked different, serious, in a way I'd never seen before. "Girls," she said, "I think you're old enough now to hear something. something that happened to me years ago that I've never really talked about. Sarah and I exchanged glances. Jessica wasn't the type for serious conversations, and something in her voice made my stomach knot up. "What is it, Mom?" Sarah asked. Jessica took a deep breath. "You know how I always insist on having flashlights when we go outside at night. There's a reason for that." She explained that about 8 years earlier there had been a solar eclipse scheduled to happen around 3 a.m. Not a total eclipse, but a partial one that astronomy enthusiasts were excited about. Jessica had always been into that kind of thing, so she'd planned to watch it. "I didn't want any artificial light to ruin the experience," she told us, her voice getting quieter. "I wanted to see how dark it would get, so I went out onto the deck without a flashlight. It was stupid looking back." I remember how her hands trembled as she continued. The night had been clear, stars everywhere, and she'd sat on one of the deck chairs watching as the moon began to pass in front of the sun. As the eclipse approached its maximum coverage, the darkness deepened beyond what she'd expected. "That's when I first heard them," she said. "The whispers." A chill ran down my spine as she described how it started, just soft, unintelligible murmurs coming from the direction of the woods. At first, she thought it might be neighbors also watching the eclipse, maybe talking quietly among themselves. But something felt wrong. The whispers didn't sound quite human, or at least not normal. They were in some language she couldn't understand. "As it got darker, they got louder," Jessica continued, "and there were more of them. So many more." During the peak of the eclipse, when it was almost completely dark, the whispers exploded into what sounded like thousands of voices all talking at once. Not shouting, but urgent, insistent whispering. Jessica said she froze, literally unable to move for several seconds from pure fear. "Then I ran," she said. "I couldn't see anything. It was pitch black. I knew where the door was, but it was like my sense of direction was completely scrambled." As she ran, the whispers seemed to follow her. Worse, she felt something tugging at her pajama pants, not grabbing her skin, but pulling at her clothing, trying to drag her back toward the woods. She screamed, but said it felt like the sound just disappeared into the darkness. "The only reason I made it inside was because the eclipse started to end," Jessica said. "There was just enough light that I could see the outline of the door. I ran inside and locked it behind me. But that wasn't the end. Later that night, back in her bedroom with all the lights on, she heard a man laughing outside her window. She described it as having a distinct Irish accent. Then another voice started speaking what sounded like drunken gibberish that she couldn't understand. She was too terrified to look out the window, but the voices eventually stopped. The next morning, she'd convinced herself it was just her imagination working overtime. That is, until Mrs. Carson, who lived in the house across from the woods on the opposite side, came over specifically to ask Jessica if she'd heard those awful whispers during the eclipse. Mrs. Carson described the exact same experience, the unintelligible whispers that became thousands of voices, something pulling at her clothes, and even the Irish accented laughter later that night. Jessica finished her story by looking us both dead in the eyes and saying, "I don't know what's out there in the dark, but there is something, and it wanted to take me that night." Sarah and I were speechless. We'd never heard anything like this from an adult before, especially not Sarah's cool, collected mom. The worst part was, I could tell she wasn't making it up. The fear in her eyes was too real. "I'm telling you this because you're old enough to understand now," she continued. "Never go outside alone at night without a flashlight, never, especially not during an eclipse or on especially dark nights. The dark isn't empty." After that bombshell, she tried to lighten the mood, made some joke about scaring us with ghost stories, but the damage was done. Sarah and I barely slept that night, jumping at every creak and shadow. The movies we'd been watching suddenly didn't seem so scary compared to Jessica's story. I wish that was the end of it. I really do. But 3 nights later, I was back at my own house. My parents had gone out for their anniversary dinner and weren't expected back until late. I was alone, but I wasn't particularly worried. I was 13 after all, practically grown up in my mind. It was around 9 p.m. when the power went out. Just my house, not the whole neighborhood. I could still see lights on at Sarah's place next door. I called my parents, but they didn't answer, probably enjoying their dinner. I found our emergency flashlight and texted Sarah to see if her power was actually on or if I was seeing things. She confirmed her power was fine and asked if I wanted to come over. I said yes immediately. Not because I was scared, I told myself, but because being alone in a dark house was boring. I grabbed the flashlight, my phone, and my house key and headed outside. The distance between our houses wasn't far, maybe 200 feet of yard. Normally, I could walk it blindfolded. But that night, the darkness between our houses seemed deeper somehow. I turned on my flashlight and started walking. I was about halfway there when my flashlight flickered. I shook it and it came back on, but dimmer than before. Then it went out completely. I stopped walking. The darkness pressed in around me, thick and heavy. I could barely see Sarah's porch light in the distance. I thought about using my phone's flashlight, but for some reason my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't unlock it. That's when I heard it. A whisper, just one at first, so faint I thought I imagined it. It came from the direction of the woods behind our houses. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly small. The whisper came again, louder this time, but still unintelligible. It sounded like it was in another language, not Spanish or French that I'd heard in school, but something older, with harsh consonants. I started walking faster towards Sarah's house, no longer caring about looking brave. The whisper became 2, then 3, then more, all speaking in that same strange language, and they were getting louder. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I broke into a run, but something wasn't right. Sarah's porch light wasn't getting any closer. In fact, it seemed to be getting farther away. I realized with horror that I was running in the wrong direction, toward the woods instead of away from them. I stopped and turned around, but I couldn't see Sarah's house anymore. I couldn't see any houses. How was that possible? I knew our yards like the back of my hand. The whispers surrounded me now, coming from all directions. There had to be dozens of voices, maybe hundreds, and they were excited. I couldn't understand the words, but the tone was unmistakable. They'd found something. They'd found me. I fumbled with my phone again, finally managing to turn on its flashlight. The beam was pathetically small compared to the darkness, but it was something. I spun in a circle, trying to get my bearings. That's when I saw them, or rather didn't see them. In the beam of my phone's light, I could make out shapes moving in the darkness. Not solid shapes, more like areas where the darkness was somehow deeper, moving with purpose. They stayed just outside my light's reach, circling. "Sarah!" I screamed at the top of my lungs. "Jessica, help!" My voice sounded muffled, as if I was shouting underwater. The whispers grew louder in response, drowning out my cries. Then I felt it, a tug on the back of my shirt. Not a hand grabbing me, but like someone had hooked a finger through the fabric and pulled. I spun around, but there was nothing there. Another tug, this time on my jeans, nearly making me lose my balance. I was full-on panicking now, spinning and thrashing, pointing my phone's light wherever I felt a tug. The whispers were so loud, they were like a physical force pressing against my ears. I could almost make out words now, repeated phrases that seemed important. Something grabbed my shoelace and pulled hard enough that I fell forward, landing painfully on my knees. My phone flew from my hand, landing several feet away with the flashlight still on. As I lunged for it, I saw something in the beam, just for a split second, a face. At least, it was shaped like a face, but with features all wrong. Eyes too large and completely black, no nose I could discern, and a mouth that wrapped too far around what should have been its head. It was there and gone so quickly, I almost convinced myself I hadn't seen it. I grabbed my phone and scrambled to my feet. Another tug, harder this time, on my hair. I screamed and swung my phone around, momentarily illuminating more of those dark shapes circling me. Then miraculously I saw a bright light in the distance. A real flashlight, much stronger than my phone, and it was getting closer. "Melissa!" It was Sarah's voice. "Melissa! Where are you?" "Here!" I screamed back. "I'm here!" The moment Sarah's flashlight beam cut through the darkness toward me, the whispers began to recede. The tugging stopped. I stood frozen, afraid to move until Sarah reached me. She looked terrified. "What are you doing out here? You're in the woods." I looked around. She was right. Somehow I'd wandered all the way into the small forest between our properties, but that was impossible. I'd only been walking for a minute or two, and in the wrong direction for even less time. "Didn't you hear me screaming?" I asked, my voice hoarse. Sarah shook her head. "I just had this feeling I needed to come look for you. Mum said you texted about the power being out, and I got worried when you didn't show up." I told her everything as we walked back to her house, the whispers, the tugging, the face I'd seen. She believed me immediately, her face pale in the flashlight beam. When we got back to her house, Jessica was waiting on the porch. One look at my face, and she knew. "You heard them," she said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, still shaking. What happened next is why I'm finally sharing this story. Jessica walked inside and came back with a small wooden box. Inside was a newspaper clipping from the 1800s about 3 men who'd gone missing in Bradford during a lunar eclipse. Their bodies were found weeks later at the edge of the woods, the same woods behind our houses. The article described how the men's clothes were torn, as if they'd been pulled upon by many hands, but their bodies were untouched. "This land has always been strange," Jessica said quietly. "My grandmother told me stories about the woods, but I didn't believe her until that night during the eclipse. She showed us more articles she'd collected over the years, all about strange disappearances or experiences in our area, many during especially dark nights. Some people reported hearing whispers in foreign languages. Others described being pulled toward the woods by invisible forces. The power at my house came back on about an hour later. When my parents got home, they found a tree branch had fallen on our power line. A perfectly normal explanation. But I know what I experienced wasn't normal, and I know Jessica wasn't crazy or making up stories. Since that night, I've never gone outside in the dark without a powerful flashlight. I keep one by my bed, one in my car, and one in every bag I carry. People think I'm paranoid, and maybe I am. But I know what waits in the darkness. I know what the whispers want. Sometimes, on particularly dark nights, I still hear them, faintly, through my closed windows, calling, waiting, looking for someone foolish enough to venture into the dark alone. Story 18. I never really believed in ghosts. My wife Lauren says it's because I'm an engineer, always looking for the logical explanation. It's true, I tend to think there's a rational answer for just about everything. But what happened in our new house? I still can't explain it. We bought our place in Millfield last August. The whole suburb is just rows of these 1970s single-family homes. Nothing fancy, but exactly what we were looking for. The timing was perfect. We'd just welcomed our daughter Emma a week before closing. Our son Jack was turning 4, and with 2 kids, our apartment just wasn't cutting it anymore. The previous owners were this middle-aged couple who seemed in a hurry to sell. The house had been on the market only 10 days when our offer was accepted. During the closing, I remember this weird moment. The husband mentioned something about having a 3rd child and the house becoming too small. Then his wife cut him off with this strange look and said, "After that thing happened, we just needed more space." They both went quiet and wouldn't make eye contact. At the time, I just figured they were talking about some renovation issue or maybe a bad memory. Now, I'm not so sure. The first thing we did was renovate the nursery. It was this small room at the far end of the hall with a single window facing east. The walls were painted this pale purple color that I didn't mind, but every time we brought Emma in there, she'd start crying. Not just regular baby fussing, I mean full-on screaming. Lauren suggested we try a different color, so we went with this cheerful orange instead. The crying stopped, and for a while, everything seemed normal. About a month after moving in, Lauren wanted to get a cat. She grew up with cats and missed having one around. We found this adult grey tabby at the shelter. They called him Oscar. He was about 3 years old, already litter-trained and super chill. Jack loved him immediately. That's when things started getting odd. Oscar took to the house right away, exploring every corner and finding his favorite spots to nap. But from day one, he acted strange in Emma's room. He'd walk in, look perfectly fine, then suddenly freeze when he got near the southeast corner. That corner had this old dresser we'd picked up from a yard sale. The woman selling it mentioned it came from some army hotel that was being demolished. It was solid oak, heavy as hell, and we thought it would be perfect for Emma's clothes. At first, I didn't think much of Oscar's behavior. Cats are weird, right? But then it became a pattern. During the day, he'd avoid that corner entirely. At night, if we left Emma's door open, we'd find him sitting at the threshold, staring into the room with his tail puffed up. If we carried him in, he'd arch his back and hiss at the corner like there was something there threatening him. Then came the baby monitor incidents. We had this video monitor set up above Emma's crib. One night around 3 a.m., I woke up to get a glass of water and checked the monitor screen. Emma was sleeping peacefully, but I heard this faint sound in the background. It sounded like whispering, not clear enough to make out words, just this soft murmuring. I turned up the volume, but it didn't help. The more I focused, the more it sounded like someone talking just below the threshold of understanding. I went to check on Emma immediately. The room was freezing cold, especially near that southeast corner, even though it was August and we hadn't turned on the AC. Oscar was in the hallway, fur standing on end, refusing to enter the room. I checked the window, completely closed. No drafts, no obvious source of the cold. Emma was fine, sleeping soundly, but I brought her back to our room anyway. The next morning, I didn't mention anything to Lauren. I convinced myself it was just interference from another device. Being an engineer, I know baby monitors pick up all sorts of signals. The following night, though, Lauren heard it too, that same indistinct murmuring coming through the monitor. This time, it went on for almost 20 minutes. "Thomas, what is that?" she whispered, nudging me awake. I listened, and there it was again, soft, unintelligible talking. The video feed showed Emma sleeping peacefully, but Oscar was now in the room, positioned directly between the crib and that corner, his back arched, tail bushy. He wasn't making any sound, but his body language was clear. He was defending Emma from something. That's when my rational brain kicked into overdrive. The corner where Oscar always stared also happened to be where the entrance to our crawl space was located. All the main utility lines came into the house through that area: phone, cable, electrical. The previous owners had satellite TV, and there were old coax cables everywhere under the house. My first thought was electromagnetic interference. The next day, I spent hours in that filthy crawl space removing unnecessary wiring. I found at least 3 different satellite dish installations that were abandoned, but still wired in. I pulled out yards of old coax and replaced what was needed with properly shielded cable. I even installed ferrite cores on all the power lines near Emma's room. While I was at it, I moved that heavy oak dresser to the opposite wall just to eliminate another variable. I felt pretty good about my fixes. Lauren thought I was overreacting, but she humored me. "If it makes you feel better," she said with that smile that always lets me know she thinks I'm being ridiculous but loves me anyway. That night, we put Emma down in her crib as usual. Around 2 a.m., the monitor went crazy with static. When the picture cleared, Oscar was standing on his hind legs, front paws on the edge of Emma's crib, facing that empty corner and making this low, guttural growl I'd never heard from him before. Emma was awake, but silent, just staring at the same corner. The temperature display on the monitor read 58 degrees. In August, in a house with no AC running. I practically sprinted to her room. The door was much harder to open than usual, like something was pushing against it from the other side. When I finally got in, the cold hit me immediately. Emma was watching the empty corner with wide eyes, not scared, more curious. Oscar was still growling, his entire body tense. I grabbed Emma and backed out of the room, and Oscar bolted past my legs into the hallway. The next day, I tried to be methodical. I spoke with our neighbors on both sides to see if they had baby monitors that might be causing interference. None did. I checked our home security system, which had sensors on all the windows. Looking through the log, I noticed something disturbing. The system had recorded Emma's window opening and closing several times in the middle of the night over the past 2 weeks. Each time, I'd gone to check and found it securely locked. Lauren was getting scared. I was trying to stay rational, but I was running out of explanations. We decided to move Emma into our bedroom temporarily. We set up her portable crib next to our bed and kept the door to her room closed. Out of curiosity, and I still can't explain why I did this, I left the baby monitor on in Emma's empty room. That night the murmuring continued, but it sounded different, sadder somehow, more lonesome. For a week, Emma slept in our room. Every night we'd hear those same indistinct whispers through the monitor in her empty nursery. Oscar would sit outside her closed door for hours, occasionally pawing at it, then giving up and curling up right against the threshold like he was standing guard. On the 7th night, something changed. I woke up around 3:15 a.m. I remember checking the clock, and the monitor caught my attention. The static was gone, and for the first time, I heard a clear voice. It was a woman, soft but distinct, saying, "It's okay, I'm leaving now." The monitor clicked off, just went completely dead. I replaced the batteries the next morning, but there was nothing wrong with it. It worked perfectly after that. And from that moment on, the strange occurrences stopped completely. No more whispers, no more unexplained cold spots. Oscar started going into Emma's room again, even napping on the windowsill. The security system never again recorded the window opening mysteriously. We moved Emma back into her nursery after a few days, and she's been sleeping soundly ever since. Oscar no longer stares at that corner or acts defensive. It's been 6 months now. Sometimes I find myself staring at that southeast corner, wondering what was there, what wanted my daughter's attention. I think about the previous owner's comment about that thing and their 3rd child. I've thought about trying to contact them to ask, but Lauren thinks we should just be grateful whatever it was is gone. I didn't believe in ghosts. I'm still not sure I do, but sometimes I wonder if there was a child, someone else's child, who for whatever reason was still there in that house, who formed some kind of attachment to my daughter, and for some reason decided to leave. I remain logical about most things, but some nights, when I check on Emma before going to bed, I could swear I feel someone watching us from that empty corner. I always make sure to close her door. Story 19. I've been trying to make sense of this for weeks, but I can't stop thinking about it. I'm finally posting here because I need to get this off my chest, and my husband keeps telling me I'm overreacting. I don't think I am. So we have a 20-month-old daughter, Lily. She's our first, and she's honestly amazing, super bright, always smiling, learning so fast. When she was about 3 months old, we started teaching her baby sign language. You know, the basics like milk, more, all done. She picked it up really quickly, and now she has quite a vocabulary of signs, even though she only speaks a few words out loud. The pediatrician says she's advanced for her age, which makes me proud, but also makes what happened even more unsettling. Lily usually sleeps through the night, has since she was about 8 months old. She'll occasionally wake up around 5 or 5:30, but that's basically her normal wake-up time now. We have a baby monitor, one of those video ones that lets you see and hear what's happening in the nursery. About a month ago, I woke up suddenly around 1:45 a.m. I'm a light sleeper since becoming a mom, and I immediately recognized Lily's voice through the monitor. She wasn't crying, though. She was babbling and making these excited little noises. I grabbed the monitor from my nightstand to check on her, expecting to see her half asleep or maybe playing with her stuffed animals. What I saw instead was Lily standing up in her crib, fully awake. She was facing diagonally away from the camera toward the far corner of her room. I could see her hands moving, and I realized she was signing. This was strange because she usually only signs when she's interacting with someone. I watched for a minute, trying to make out what she was signing. Her hands were definitely making the motions for friend. She was repeatedly touching her index fingers together, which is how we taught her that sign. Then I saw her make the sign for bear. She was bringing her hands up like claws near her face. Friend, bear. I figured maybe she was talking about her teddy bear, though it was weird she'd be so animated at almost 2 in the morning. My husband was fast asleep next to me, completely undisturbed. I decided to check on Lily myself, so I got up and walked down the hall to her room. The house was completely silent except for her continued babbling. When I opened the door, Lily turned to look at me and grinned this huge smile. She was still standing in her crib, but now I could see she was looking toward the empty corner of her room. The night light gave off enough of a glow that I could see there was nothing there, just the corner where the walls meet. "Hey, sweetie, what are you doing up?" I whispered, walking over to the crib. Lily looked at me, and then back at the corner. She signed friend and bear again, more emphatically this time. She was pointing at the corner with one hand while signing with the other. "Your bear is right here, honey," I said, reaching into her crib to show her the stuffed bear that was actually lying behind her. She'd had this bear since she was born, a gift from my mother. Lily just giggled and shook her head. Then she signed silly and mommy, putting her hand under her chin and then tapping her chin with her fingers, like I was the one who was confused. I looked again at the corner she kept staring at, but there was absolutely nothing there. Just the pale yellow walls of her nursery. A shiver ran down my spine, but I tried to ignore it. Kids have imaginary friends all the time, right? But at 20 months? That seemed early. Since she was wide awake and seemed happy, I sat down in the rocking chair next to her crib. I figured I'd stay with her until she got sleepy again. But as I sat there, Lily kept looking back and forth between me and the corner. She would occasionally duck down quickly in her crib, like she was playing peekaboo, then pop back up and make these excited squealing noises. After about 10 minutes of this, I was getting seriously creeped out. I couldn't shake the feeling that she was interacting with something I couldn't see. My skin was prickling, and despite the comfortable temperature in the room, I felt cold. "Lily," I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, "who is Friend Bear?" She looked at me for a long moment, her little face suddenly serious in the dim light. Then she did something that made my blood run cold. She stopped signing, looked me straight in the eyes, and spoke out loud, clearly and deliberately. 4 words I'll never forget. "No name, no name, shh." I nearly fell out of the rocking chair. Lily barely speaks. She can say mama, dada, bye-bye, and maybe a handful of other words, usually just one at a time. She had never strung together a sentence like that. And her voice, it wasn't her normal baby voice, it was different, more articulate, more deliberate. I tried to stay calm, but my heart was racing so fast I could hear it pounding in my ears. The room suddenly felt 10 degrees colder, and I had this overwhelming sense that we weren't alone, that something was watching us from that empty corner. "Okay, sweetie," I managed to say, my voice shaking. "It's time for Friend Bear to go home now. It's too late to play. Tell Friend Bear goodbye." Lily frowned a little, but then turned to the corner and waved. She signed bye-bye a few times. I quickly grabbed her pacifier from the side of the crib and gave it to her, hoping it would help her settle down. "Lie down now, Lily. It's sleep time." To my relief, she did lie down, though she kept her eyes fixed on that corner. I backed out of the room, never taking my eyes off that empty space she'd been so focused on. I swear, just before I closed the door, I saw her little hand rise up and wave one more time. I practically ran back to my bedroom. My husband was still sound asleep, completely oblivious. I slid back into bed, turned off the baby monitor entirely, something I'd never done before, and pulled the covers up over my head like a scared kid. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept thinking about Lily's words. No name, shh. Like whatever she was seeing had instructed her not to reveal its identity. The thought made me sick with fear. In the morning, Lily was her normal self, happy, babbling, signing for breakfast. When I went into her room, I examined that corner carefully. Nothing unusual. No strange marks on the wall, no cold spots, nothing out of place. Her stuffed bear was still in her crib where it always was. I asked my husband if he'd ever heard Lily say no name before, and he looked at me like I was crazy. "She can barely say ball, Amy. What are you talking about?" I tried to explain what had happened, but the more I talked, the more ridiculous it sounded in the daylight. An invisible friend, a speaking toddler. He suggested I'd been dreaming, or that I'd misheard her baby babble, but I know what I saw, I know what I heard. For the next few nights, I was terrified to put Lily to bed. I checked that corner obsessively, installed a brighter nightlight, even put a chair there as if to block whatever space Friend Bear had occupied. Lily slept normally those nights, and I started to think maybe my husband was right. Maybe I had dreamed it all, or let my imagination run wild. Then, about a week after the incident, I was changing Lily's diaper when she looked past me toward her bedroom door and suddenly signed Friend and Bear again. She smiled and waved. There was nobody there. I immediately scooped her up, finished changing her as quickly as I could, and took her downstairs where my husband was making coffee. I didn't go back upstairs with her alone all day. That night I insisted the door to our bedroom stay open, and I kept the baby monitor on the highest volume. Lily slept peacefully, but I barely closed my eyes. It's been almost a month now, and nothing else has happened. Lily hasn't signed Friend or Bear in that particular way again, at least not that I've seen. She's continuing to develop normally, learning new signs and starting to say more words. Normal toddler words like juice and shoe, not creepy phrases about nameless entities. But I can't shake the memory of that night. Sometimes I catch her looking at empty spaces and smiling, and my skin crawls. I've started researching child psychologists, wondering if I should take her to one. But how do I explain this without sounding like I'm the one who needs help? I've never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural, but now I'm not so sure. Was it just an imaginary friend? Do kids that young even have imaginary friends? Or was it something else? Something that has no name? I check that corner every night before I put Lily to bed. I've rearranged her room so her crib is as far from it as possible. I've even thought about moving to a different house, but my husband thinks that's extreme. He didn't experience what I did. He didn't hear those words come out of our baby's mouth. Every night when I go to bed, I still turn the baby monitor volume all the way up, but sometimes I'm afraid of what I might hear. I'm afraid one night I'll wake up and see Lily signing to her friend again. Or worse, I'm afraid I'll hear a response. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to talk to. All I know is that something took an interest in my daughter that night, and I can't be sure it's gone. I can't be sure it won't come back. And the worst part is, Lily doesn't seem afraid at all. In fact, she seemed happy to see it, like it was a friend, and that terrifies me more than anything else. Story 20. I've always considered myself a rational person. Science, facts, evidence. That's what I've built my worldview on. Ghost stories were just that. Stories. I'd listen to friends talk about paranormal experiences with a polite smile, while internally rolling my eyes. That's what makes this so hard to talk about. It started about 3 months ago. My daughter Emma and I moved into this old house in Los Angeles, one of those 1920s Spanish-style places with arched doorways and those weird little nooks that made sense a century ago. The rent was surprisingly affordable for the area, which should have been my first clue something was off. But as a single dad trying to make ends meet in LA while working from home as a graphic designer, I wasn't about to question a good deal. Emma is 4. This little bundle of energy and imagination that keeps me going after her mom left us 2 years ago. Kids are resilient, and she adjusted to the move better than I did. She immediately claimed the small bedroom with the bay window that overlooks our tiny backyard. The first few weeks were just normal moving stuff, unpacking boxes, figuring out where furniture should go, discovering which floorboards creak when you step on them at 2 a.m. But then I started noticing things, small things at first. I'd wake up feeling like someone had walked past my bed. The house would make these settling noises that seemed to follow a pattern, almost like footsteps. I'd blame it on the old pipes or the house shifting. There were cold spots in certain areas, especially in the hallway connecting our bedrooms. Again, I'd rationalize. Poor insulation in an old house, nothing weird. Then the sleep paralysis started. I've had episodes before, but never with this frequency. I'd wake up unable to move, feeling a pressure on my chest, convinced someone was standing in the corner of my room. As soon as I could move again, I'd jump up and turn on the lights. But of course, no one was there. Just my mind playing tricks, I told myself. About a month into living there, I was making dinner in the kitchen while Emma played in the den. I could hear her chatting away, which wasn't unusual. She often talks to her stuffed animals or makes up little stories. But this time, the conversation seemed different, more interactive. I heard her asking questions and then pausing, as if waiting for responses. When I peeked around the corner, Emma was sitting cross-legged on the floor, looking up at an empty space beside her, nodding seriously like she was listening to someone. "Who are you talking to, sweetheart?" I asked, wiping my hands on a dish towel. Emma looked at me with that innocent smile that melts my heart every time. "I'm talking to Lily, Dad. She lives here too." I nodded, playing along. "Oh, really? And what does Lily have to say?" "She wants me to come see her house. She says it's inside our house, but different." Emma went back to her conversation while I shrugged it off. Imaginary friends are normal at her age. I even had one named Captain Rocket when I was a kid. A few days later, I was working in my home office when I heard Emma giggling in the hallway. I found her standing in front of the small closet under the stairs, that awkward triangular space that's barely useful for storage. "What's so funny?" I asked. "Lily showed me her secret door." Emma pointed at the closet. "She says her house is behind there." I opened the closet to humor her. "Just coats and boxes. See? No door, honey." Emma looked confused. "But Lily just went through it." That night I woke up to Emma standing beside my bed, her face barely visible in the darkness. "Dad, Lily's crying. She says she's cold." I was too exhausted to do anything but scoop her up and let her sleep in my bed. In the morning, I found a small puddle of water on the floor of her room, right under that bay window. I blamed it on rain, seeping in through a crack I couldn't find, and made a mental note to check the roof. The following weekend, Emma and I were in the backyard. I was trying to salvage the overgrown garden while she played with her toys on a blanket. I noticed she kept looking over at the house and waving. "Is Lily watching us?" I asked casually. Emma nodded. "She's in my window. She can't come outside." I glanced up at the bay window and saw nothing, but a shiver ran down my spine anyway. The temperature seemed to drop suddenly, despite it being a warm day. Later that afternoon, I decided to take some pictures of Emma for her grandma. She was playing in the den again, and I noticed she had arranged her toys in a circle like they were having a tea party. "Is Lily joining your party?" I asked, taking out my phone. Emma nodded enthusiastically. "She's sitting right there." She pointed to an empty spot between her teddy bear and plastic dinosaur. I decided to play along. "Well, let me take a picture of all of you then. Tell Lily to smile for the camera." Emma's face suddenly went serious, her eyes widening a bit. "Dad," she said in that matter-of-fact tone kids sometimes use, "Lily never smiles." The way she said it made the hair on my arms stand up. It wasn't said in a creepy way, just stated as plain fact, which somehow made it worse. But I brushed it off and snapped several pictures in burst mode, making silly faces to get Emma laughing again. That evening, after putting Emma to bed, I sat on the couch, scrolling through the photos, deleting the blurry ones. I paused on one particular shot of Emma laughing. Something about it seemed off, but I couldn't immediately place what. I zoomed in, focusing on the space next to Emma, where Lily was supposedly sitting. My blood went cold. There, in the empty space Emma had pointed to, was a faint but distinct silhouette. It looked like a young girl, maybe 8 or 9, with what appeared to be long hair. The figure was translucent, like a double exposure, but I hadn't used any filters or effects. The outline wasn't smiling. In fact, its head was tilted down as if staring at the floor. I dropped my phone. This couldn't be real. I picked it back up with shaking hands and looked at the previous and next photos in the burst. Nothing in those. Just the one frame showed something. I tried to rationalize it. A trick of the light, a smudge on the lens, my eyes playing tricks. But the more I zoomed in and adjusted the brightness, the clearer it became. There was a figure there. A figure where nothing should have been. A figure exactly where Emma said Lily was sitting. My skepticism was crumbling, but I still needed to be sure. I took my phone to different parts of the house, taking more pictures, looking for anything unusual. Nothing showed up. I went back to Emma's room and quietly took photos while she slept. Nothing there either. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept hearing noises, soft footsteps in the hallway, a child's distant humming, the occasional sound of something being dragged across the floor. Every time I got up to investigate, the sounds stopped, and I found nothing out of place. Around 3 a.m., I was sitting at my kitchen table staring at that photo when all the cabinet doors flew open at once. Not dramatically like in a horror movie, just open, as if someone had systematically gone around opening each one. I nearly fell out of my chair, scrambling to my feet. "Hello?" I called out, feeling ridiculous and terrified at the same time. "Is someone there?" Silence. Then, from Emma's room, I heard her giggle. I ran to her room, heart pounding. She was sitting up in bed, talking to the empty space beside her. "Emma, who are you talking to?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Lily," she said simply. "She wanted to show me something." "What did she show you, honey?" Emma pointed to the wall behind her bed. "There's another room back there. That's where her toys are." I examined the wall, tapping it, looking for any hidden panels or doors. It was solid. "There's nothing here, sweetie. It's just a wall." "Not for Lily," Emma yawned. "She can go through walls." I sat on the edge of her bed until she fell back asleep, then returned to the kitchen. The cabinet doors were all closed now. I hadn't closed them. The next morning, I called in sick to work. While Emma ate breakfast, I searched online for information about our house. It took some digging, but I finally found an article from 1947 about a family that had lived here, the Prestons. They had a daughter named Lillian who died in the house after a long illness. She was 8 years old. My hands were shaking as I stared at the grainy newspaper photo. The resemblance to the figure in my picture was unmistakable. I called my landlord, trying to sound casual as I asked about previous tenants and any history the house might have. He hesitated before admitting that a few tenants had left abruptly over the years, complaining about strange occurrences. He thought they were just trying to break their leases. "Did anyone ever mention a little girl?" I asked. "Maybe named Lily?" His silence told me everything. "Look," he finally said, "every old house has stories. Doesn't mean they're true." But I knew better now. I had evidence on my phone. I spent the afternoon searching for any other signs of Lily. I took more pictures throughout the house, examined the closet under the stairs more carefully, and even tried talking to her directly, feeling silly but desperate for answers. Emma came up to me while I was measuring the wall in her room. "Dad, why are you looking for Lily's door? She doesn't want grown-ups in her house." "Has she told you that?" I asked. Emma nodded. She said her dad tried to take her away once, but she hid in her special place where he couldn't find her. A chill ran through me. "When did she tell you this?" "Just now." Emma pointed to the empty space beside her. "She's right here." I knelt down, pretending to address the empty space. "Lily, I'm not going to take Emma away. I just want to understand what's happening." Emma listened to something I couldn't hear, then looked at me with those innocent eyes. "She says you took her picture without asking. That's not nice." My phone, sitting on Emma's dresser, suddenly flew across the room and hit the wall, its screen cracking on impact. I jumped back, grabbing Emma protectively. "It's okay, Dad," Emma said calmly. "Lily just gets mad sometimes. She's been alone for a long time. I decided we needed to get out of the house for a while. I took Emma to the park, then for ice cream, trying to act normal while my mind raced with possibilities. Should we move? Would Lily follow us? Was Emma in danger? Was I losing my mind? When we returned home in the evening, the atmosphere felt different, heavier somehow. All the lights we'd left on were now off. I flipped the switch in the entryway, but nothing happened. The power was out, but only in our house. I could see lights on in neighboring homes. Using my phone's flashlight, I led Emma to the living room and sat her on the couch. "Stay here while I check the breaker box," I told her. "She turned them off," Emma said matter-of-factly. "She wants to play hide-and-seek." Before I could respond, Emma's toys began moving across the floor, not flying through the air, but dragging slowly, deliberately, as if pulled by invisible hands. They formed a path leading to the closet under the stairs. "Lily wants to show you her house now," Emma said, her voice eerily calm. "She says you're ready." I stood frozen, watching as the closet door slowly creaked open. The darkness inside seemed deeper than it should have been, almost solid. "Dad?" Emma tugged at my hand. "Lily's waiting." I knelt down to Emma's level. "Sweetheart, I don't think we should—" A child's laughter echoed through the house, cutting me off. Not Emma's laugh. Something older, hollower. The temperature plummeted. I could see our breath misting in the air. The flashlight on my phone flickered and died, plunging us into darkness. "Emma, stay close to me," I whispered, pulling her against my side. "But Dad—" "Lily's holding my other hand," she whispered back. I felt around blindly for my daughter, panic rising in my chest when I realized she was no longer beside me. "Emma! Emma!" Her giggle came from the direction of the closet. "We're in here, Dad. It's so pretty." I stumbled toward her voice, banging my shin against the coffee table, nearly falling. When I reached the closet, I thrust my hands inside, feeling around desperately. The space felt wrong. deeper than it should be, the back wall beyond my reach. "Emma, come back here right now," I shouted, my voice breaking. "But Dad, you have to see this." Her voice sounded distant, as if coming from far away, though the closet was barely 3 feet deep. I took a deep breath and stepped inside, feeling my way along the walls. The air grew colder with each step. The closet couldn't possibly be this deep. I should have hit the back wall immediately, but I kept moving forward, the darkness absolute. "Emma," I called again, trying to keep the terror from my voice. Something brushed against my face. Not Emma's hand, but something cold and small like a child's fingers. I jerked back, hitting my head on what should have been the closet door, but it felt more like a low ceiling. "She's showing me her toys, Dad." Emma's voice echoed strangely now. "They're so old." I dropped to my hands and knees, crawling forward, desperate to reach my daughter. The floor beneath me changed texture, from hardwood to what felt like packed earth. Suddenly, a small flame appeared ahead of me, a candle held in small hands, not Emma's hands. The face above those hands was gaunt, pale, with hollow eyes and long, dark hair. The girl wasn't smiling. She was staring directly at me, the candle casting strange shadows across her face. Behind her stood Emma, looking around in wonder at what appeared to be a small, earth-walled room filled with ancient toys. A rocking horse, cloth dolls, a small tea set. "Emma, come here," I said, trying to sound calm. "We need to go back." "But Lily says this is where she lives now," Emma replied. "She says we can stay too, forever." The flame between us flickered, and in that instant, I saw other figures in the shadows behind Lily. Indistinct shapes of men and women in old-fashioned clothes, their eyes reflecting the candlelight like animals caught in headlights. I lunged forward, grabbing Emma and pulling her against my chest. The candle went out. The shapes in the darkness moved closer. I turned and ran, holding Emma tightly, not sure which direction led back to our house. I stumbled through the darkness, hitting walls that shouldn't be there, turning corners in what should have been a straight closet. Behind us, a child's voice called out, "Come back! Play with me!" I kept running until suddenly I crashed through something and fell forward, landing hard on our living room floor, still clutching Emma. The lights were on. The house was warm. The closet door stood open, revealing nothing but coats and boxes. Emma looked up at me, confused. "Dad, why are we on the floor?" "Didn't you see?" I started, then stopped. Had she not experienced what I just had? "The girl Lily, in the closet." Emma tilted her head. "Lily's not in the closet, silly. She's right there." She pointed to the empty space beside us. I scrambled to my feet, backing away. "Emma, get your coat. We're leaving." "But Dad, now, Emma." We drove to a hotel that night. The next day I called a real estate agent and listed the house. We never went back except once, with movers in broad daylight to collect our essential belongings. That was 2 weeks ago. We're staying with my parents now, looking for a new place. I've deleted the photo of Lily from my phone, but I still see her face when I close my eyes at night. Emma still talks about her sometimes, says she misses her friend. I tell her we'll find her new friends, living ones. But sometimes I catch Emma staring into empty corners, nodding as if listening to someone. And last night I woke up to find her standing by my bed, clutching a small antique doll I've never seen before. "Lily says she misses us," Emma whispered. "She says we can never really leave her house. We're just visiting out here." I don't know what to do. I don't know if moving away was enough. Because sometimes, late at night, I hear footsteps in the hallway of my parents' house, and sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I see a small figure standing behind me, not smiling, just waiting.